Well, well, well. Watching the playoffs over the last 3 days, I have to be honest with you, it really got me in my feelings. Because as I'm watching the Dallas Cowboys, I'm just thinking about what could have been. I mean, when I think about the AFC side of the playoffs, Josh Allen has one of these opportunities that is absolutely incredible. Josh Allen is the best quarterback left in the AFC. If he don't get it done this year, I think it's going to be hard for him to get it done going forward. And so when I think about the NFC playoffs, Dak Prescott would have been the best quarterback in the NFC in the playoffs. And I believe the Cowboys could have really did some damage this year. But shoulda, coulda, woulda. It is 2026, and the Super Bowl run begins now. Yup, I'm back. It is time once again to talk about our beloved Dallas Cowboys. Yep, we got a great show planned for the day. As you can see to the right, Cowboy fans, let's go. Let's get it. Welcome, Cowboy fans and Cowboy haters alike. I'm the G, and I'm the host of Let's Talk Cowboys, where we talk facts. And as you come into this live stream, please hit that like button, share, subscribe, hit that notification bell so you know the next time we post another video or go live. And yes, we are live. And if you haven't become a channel member or subscriber yet, what are you waiting on? We got a lot more things coming up this season. Now let's talk facts. So I got a few topics that I've selected today that I think will be very interesting. We're going to talk about the Dallas Cowboys defensive coordinator update. We're also going to talk about how that defensive coordinator, at least what I'm going to talk about today, is how that defensive coordinator, it's either going to make or break the Dallas Cowboys. And I'm going to tell you what I'm talking about. Then I want to go through the playoff observations. I want to tell you what I observed watching the playoffs up until yesterday. And kind of looking at those teams and kind of trying to visualize what could have been with the Cowboys, but also which one of those teams reminded me of what the Cowboys could have been and can be going forward, because there was a theme that I want to share with you that it was the theme of the first week of the playoffs. Then we're going to talk about Donovan Ezeraku. I really don't even know what to talk about with Donovan Ezeraku. I'm just going to probably just bring it up. I don't even know why the man was arrested. I don't even know what it means, reckless driving. Was he speeding? Was he weaving through traffic? I don't know. What was he doing? Then we're going to bring up Trayvon Diggs for one reason and one reason only. My sister, Miss Matrix, I had a deal with her. I told her that if Trayvon Diggs balled out in the playoffs, that I was going to get her a Trayvon Diggs jersey. So we're going to talk about Trayvon Diggs over there at Green Bay. And then again, we're going to look at these candidates. I think 105.3, they got a couple of things they talked about as far as the Dallas Cowboys candidates go. You know, we'll listen to that. And then we're going to talk about the Cowboys free agency. And the reason why we're going to talk about the Cowboys free agency is because the reality for the Cowboys is everybody's ready to jump to the draft. I'm going to tell you right now, the draft isn't what's going to make or break the Cowboys as much as what they do in free agency. Free agency is so important for the Cowboys, and they must do well this year in free agency, especially with a lot of free agents themselves that are probably not going to be back with this team. So, DC update, make or break, playoff observations, Donovan Ezeraku arrested, Diggs in Green Bay, candidates from 105.3 The Fan, and free agency. Let's go and keep it rolling. Let's run over here and see who's in today. Roll call. Blue Star Dallas TV. What's going on with you? One and done for the Eagles. Green Bay, one and done. Yes, sir. The Big Rumbowski, he said, well, it's a good thing I've been a lifelong Texans fan. Big Rumbowski, I had to sit there and watch my son cheer for the Houston Texans last night because he loves the Houston Texans. Queen in the crib, what's going on, Queen? We're going to talk about this thing with Trayvon Diggs. Uh-oh, getting cut already from Green Bay. Yeah, we're going to talk about it. Duck Face, quack, quack. What's up, Duck Face? Big Moss Dog, 5 points of the star, Ty Howard. The G has returned, I'm back. Bump TY5X. From the 903 where I'm from, what's going on? Mose Logan, Jeremy Betts, what up? Christian Legal, what's going on? I'm ready to see who's gonna be that next DC. I'm with you. H Fish DC4L. I like that cowboy hat. What's going on? Jamal Ism, what's going on? He said the best show on YouTube. Yes, sir, appreciate you. Richard Owens, it is the Real Estate Vets. What's going on, Real Estate Vet? Good to see you. It is Mike McCain. What's going on? He said no more Dodgers. Mike McCain is back. Yes, sir. Michael Rizzo. What's going on? My sister Jakira. What's going on? She said Kyle Tomlin. Hey, man, let me tell you something. Brian Schottenheimer better be thanking his lucky stars. Because I'm telling you now, there's some candidates out there right now that Jerry Jones would probably be seriously considering. I really do. I think there's some, but he would probably be priced out on the two that I know he would consider. John Harbaugh is asking for $20 million. There's no telling what Mike Tomlin's going to ask for. There's no telling. John Jones, he said, what up, G Money? I tell you again, it's a New Jack City. Money talks and Bullcorn runs a marathon. What is going on? Dolores Ennis, Jakira, Mill 0040, what up? Davion Wallace, Ron the Voice, SM Anderson, what's going on? DK fan for life, Dak fan for life, what up? Juan Carlos, what's going on? Big Dal 8604, where you been? Back up in this thing again. It's Mr. Get Dirty, what's going on with you? Q-Town dude, what's going on? Brandy, she always says, what's up, my loves? And she said it again, what's going on? Brandy, I told y'all about Gannon. Andy Jones, what's going on? Miss Matrix, hey, Miss Matrix, we're gonna have a conversation later on. What's going on? Good to see you, Mark Davis, in this thing. Let's go, let's get it. What's going on? The wordologist, David Everett, Mr. Seed Eater, what's going on? Timothy Govin. Appreciate y'all rocking with me. It is the best chat on YouTube. It's the best chat on YouTube. Good to be back. Let me start it off with a super chat, and then we're going to get in this thing with the defense coordinator update. Star Guardian next. He says, starting a movement. We want Flores or Durante. Hey, let me tell you something, Star Guardian. Let me tell you something. And I'm not wishing anything bad on Brian Flores. I want Brian Flores to go out there. Hold on a second. I mean, I got to be honest, Star Guardian next. Brian Flores is really deserving of a head coach job in this league. I'm not sure if they're going to give it to him. I do think he is deserving. But with the lawsuit that he has against the NFL, I'm not sure how many teams are willing to let him really get that kind of leverage. Because at the end of the day, y'all have to understand that if he gets that kind of leverage and he goes out there and does what I know he's going to do, he's going to improve whatever team that it is. Hold on a second. Sorry about that. I know he's going to improve whatever team that he goes out there and coaches. But I'm not sure if they're ready just yet to allow him to be a head coach. But if anybody's going to do it, it's going to be the Ravens. I do think the Ravens is probably going to be a spot. I also think the Cleveland Browns will be a great spot for Brian Flores, but because they already got a top defense. But at the end of the day, if Brian Flores just so happens not to be able to get that head coaching job, start guarding X, Brian Flores is absolutely the coach the Dallas Cowboys needs. Brian Flores is actually the coach the Dallas Cowboys need. There is no doubt in my mind. I know everybody is all on this thing about Jim Leonhard, and I'm not hating on Jim Leonhard. All I'm telling you is that I do believe that Jim Leonhard can fulfill the teaching aspect. I believe Jim Leonhard is passionate about football. But I'm just telling you on Jim Leonhard, he's never called plays on defense. He's never been a defensive coordinator. Now, I'm not saying there's something wrong with that. You know, you get something new, you get something fresh, somebody young who I think will be fired up. But I heard a very interesting comment on the radio this past week, and I was very anxious to get back, and I want to hear what y'all have to say about this. But this guy on the radio was saying that if you're a team looking for a head coach, he said don't get a young, hotshot young defense coordinator or offense coordinator. He said because the reason is they're only using you as a stop, because they're going to use you as a stop to get to a head coaching job. So if they do well in a year, they're going to another team is going to come in and want them to be the head coach of their team. And I didn't really know how I felt like that about that, because I'm like, okay, well, if you're a good young DC or OC, a team hires you, you do well. Yeah, probably in a couple of years, a team will come and snatch you off of that team. But then I thought about it at the same time. But I was thinking, if you're an older coach and you do well for 2 seasons, well, they're probably going to come in and snatch you up also. So, but his other comment was, but an older coach may not be interested anymore in becoming or a coach that has been fired, or a coach that has already tasted that whole head coach thing. He may not want a head coaching job again for another 4 or 5 years. And so you may strike gold with that type of coach. So I just want to know what you guys thought about that new hotshot DC versus that DC who has come off of for example, a guy like a Gannon. I mean, we saw what happened with Matt Eberflus. That didn't work, and I think that was a disaster, and I think they hired him. Anybody who would have hired him, I think they would have hired him way too fast, because I don't think the Chicago thing was as much of a personnel thing as far as he didn't have the personnel. I think it was a personnel thing, as in he's got some issues communicating with people. And when you listen to what Brian Schottenheimer even said about what they were looking for in a coach, it seemed like to me he was saying they wanted the opposite of what Matt Eberflus was. I don't think the problem was that Matt Eberflus was not a teacher. I think the issue is Matt Eberflus is a guy that maybe has a certain way of teaching, and he doesn't want to continue to teach it he doesn't want to communicate it and teach it all kinds of different ways. Matt Eberflus is a guy that he wants these players that get it. I mean, that's the bottom line to me. It just sounds like Matt Eberflus wants players that just get it. And he don't want to have to teach 19 different ways. I mean, just, hey, you either get this or you don't. As Quinnen Williams said, and I'm telling you, Quinnen Williams, I don't think he was advocating for Matt Eberflus as much as he was talking about some of these complaining players that were on the Cowboys squad, because like he said, man, we've been playing this game for years. Cover 3 is cover 3, cover 2 is cover 2, and man is man. I mean, come on. I mean, that's what he was basically saying. And I think that's the kind of coach that Matt Eberflus is, as far as the way that he teaches. He doesn't want to, because maybe he thinks he's wasting his time teaching it 19 different ways or trying to find a way that this particular player gets it and this particular player gets it. And so it sounded like to me that Brian Schottenheimer was basically trying to say that he was looking for a coach that could make, and when I say this sometimes when I preach, that, okay, let me break it down goo goo gaga. And that's what I kind of do sometimes. I break Bible scriptures down goo goo gaga. And so I think that Brian was saying they're looking for a defensive coordinator that can break down this stuff goo goo gaga, so that maybe not you have to teach it 100 different ways, but you break it down goo goo gaga so that everybody can get it. So DC update, Brian Flores. I say all that to say, Brian Flores, I believe, is the coach that the Cowboys need. They need somebody who not only commands respect, I believe the Cowboys need somebody who demands respect. And I believe that Brian Flores walks through the door and I believe he walks through the door and gets everybody attention. He walks through the door and he gets everybody's attention. There is no doubt in my mind. But also, as we look at the Cowboys' latest DC candidates, again, I think the Cowboys, and I've actually heard this, so we'll see what happens. But from what my understanding is, the Cowboys are anxious to talk to Brian Flores. And we'll see what happens. But from what I have gotten, the latest update that I've read is that the Cowboys are actually waiting. They want to talk to Brian Flores. And I do think this is a good idea by Jerry. I think this is a good idea by Jerry Jones. Don't let Brian Schottenheimer. Do not let Brian Schottenheimer hire one of his friends. Let's make sure that whoever they hire, that they all can sleep on it and sleep with it, and that it is somebody that doesn't fit into the mold of the buddy system, and that it is somebody who is truly going to come in here and they are going to make a difference. It looks like here that another guy that has come to the front of the congregation, I think his name is Orr, defensive assistant 2017. Orr joined Urban Meyer's staff with the Jaguars as the outside linebackers coach, the same staff that Cowboys head coach Brian Schottenheimer was on as the passing game coordinator. It is saying here that I think he's also being interviewed by the Cowboys. Says Orr was promoted. Orr was promoted to defense coordinator that season. The Ravens had a top 10 defense in the NFL, which included the number one run defense in the league. The Ravens finished 24th in total defense in 2025, but were still a top 10 unit against the run. Gannon, I'm telling you, Gannon is going to be a guy I think the Cowboys are going to seriously consider, because I have noticed that the Cowboys are kind of looking at these guys who got this defensive background, because the Cowboys, this is going to be a point of emphasis for the Cowboys in this next season, because the back end looks so bad. The back end looked terrible. The back end looked terrible. So they're looking for a coach that has that back end experience. Gannon fits the bill. I'm just telling you. Gannon fits the bill. And so I'm not saying I want Gannon, but I'm just telling you the Cowboys are going to give Gannon a serious consideration, I'm pretty sure. And then finally, one more. Oh, and let me tell you where I am on this. White cotton. Heck to the no. I do not want White Cotton. I'm telling y'all now, if White Cotton is made the defensive coordinator for the Cowboys, it's the same old Cowboys. Do not allow White Cotton to be the defensive coordinator. You don't need a defensive coordinator that's already been on your team. Do not, whatever you do not allow him to be the defensive coordinator. Don't do it. Don't do it, Cowboys. Don't do it. Because as much as we say that Matt Eberflus, if you're going to tell me that Matt Eberflus had a historically bad defense, If you're going to tell me that Matt Eberflus had a historically bad defense, then I'm going to tell you that White Cotton was on a historically bad defense. I don't want him to be the DC. I absolutely don't want him to be the DC under any circumstance. Under any circumstance, do I want White Cotton as the defense coordinator? I do not. And I don't. I think it's. I'm hoping that it's more of a. I'm hoping it's more of a courtesy interview. I'm hoping they're just doing this as a favor to kind of, get him the experience of being interviewed for a defense coordinator. But I do not want White Cotton. No. The Cowboys can't do it. The Cowboys cannot allow White Cotton to be the next defensive coordinator. Let me read a couple things here. Runbowski said something I want to look at here. Runbowski said, I've got no faith Schotty will bring in a top DC because if he does, then he'll be looking over his shoulder and be feeling the fire even more next season should it be a lackluster start to 2026. Big Runbowski. I'm going to tell you another reason why I no longer have faith in Schotty as it applies to picking the DC. I'm laughing at all these people who are saying, yeah, man, let him hire his own DC. Did I not say this during the season? And I'm going to say it again. Jerry Jones opened up a can of worms on Brian Schottenheimer. He said that Brian Schottenheimer had everything to do with bringing in Matt Eberflus. I believe it. I don't think Jerry was trying to cover his own butt. I believe what Jerry was doing was letting people know, for all of y'all who are saying, well, is he going to be able to pick his own DC? He picked his own DC the last time. And people want to say, oh, well, it was only 10%. No, Jerry spelled it out in detail. Jerry said he had everything to do with it. Matt Eberflus would not have been the DC if Brian didn't want him here, and he wouldn't have been the DC if Stephen Jones didn't want him here. And then Jerry said, and I was happy to have him here because he talked about what had happened in Chicago, and he thought Matt Eberflus was going to bounce back. We're trying to put this just on Jerry and say, oh, no, Brian's going to be a better pick of a defense coordinator. No. They all need to agree upon this. I have no problem with them allowing Brian Schottenheimer to have his input, have his list of guys that he wants interviewed, and then everybody sits down and talk about them. But under no circumstance do I want Brian Schottenheimer being solely responsible for picking the defensive coordinator. And let me piggyback off of something that the big Runbowski is saying. Because he may not pick a guy. He may not pick a guy like a Brian Flores. Because a guy like Brian Flores will be a guy similar to Dan Quinn who had Mike McCarthy looking over his shoulder the whole time. See, me, I'm different. I want a Brian Flores type of coach if it's me. I want a guy who can move me out of my job because that's going to motivate me to make sure I do my job. If you're going to have a top 10 or a top 5 defense, well, I'm going to make sure I'm going to have a top 5 or a top 10, and he can already do that with the weapons he has on offense. But the issue is, I'm just telling you, Brian Schottenheimer knows it, and Jerry knows it. Regardless of how many points we scored, regardless of Dak Prescott's performance, Jerry Jones knows full well the Cowboys offense literally could have been the second coming of the greatest team on turf. Jerry knows it. Jerry absolutely knows this, guys. Don't let nobody fool you. Jerry absolutely knew this. That's why I'm telling you, just listen to the way that Jerry answered some of those questions. Jerry answered some of those questions. Hey, did you think that Brian implemented his culture successfully? And Jerry didn't say yes. Jerry just talked about some of the things he did good, and he talked about some of the things they did bad. But Jerry didn't say yes. Jerry is telling us something. Hey, I like what Brian did, but Brian could have did better. Jerry was saying that, regardless of how, Jerry was saying we could have did better. Yeah. And we can't allow Brian Schottenheimer off the hook with all of this first-year coach stuff and how many points they scored. We've seen Dak Prescott do that without him. So we can't let him off the hook, with all of those things just because the offense did good. Man, the offense could have did a lot better. The offense absolutely could have did a lot better. It really could have. But, hey, again, we'll see what happens. All right, let me read a couple more comments here. Got some good comments in here. Lock and D, welcome to the congregation today. Lock and D, I agree with you. See, this Jerry know he ain't got long. Jerry ain't playing with Shotty, so he better do the right thing. Yeah. Yeah, let me move to the next subject since we're getting on this whole thing about this. Another short segment, but let's break this down. Because I'm going to tell you right now, this next defensive coordinator, and this is the theme of today's show. The next defensive coordinator is going to make or break the Cowboys and Brian Schottenheimer. The next defensive coordinator is going to make or break the Dallas Cowboys and Brian Schottenheimer. I said this before, guys. We can't. We're not going to have no more excuses about the next defensive coordinator. I don't care who it is. I don't care if it's the Big Rumbowski, the next defensive coordinator. I don't care if it's Lock and D as the next defense coordinator. There are no more excuses. Schottenheimer does not get a do-over. He's got his mulligan. It was Matt Eberflus. That was his gutter ball, Matt Eberflus. The next defense coordinator, that defense coordinator is going to make or break the Cowboys. That defense coordinator is going to make or break the Cowboys for the next 2 to 3 seasons because you cannot get a 5th defensive coordinator in 5 years or 8 years. You cannot do it. The next defense coordinator, no matter what he is, he will have to get time to improve the defense, whether that be a season. And somebody says he don't get a season. Yes, he will. Yes, he will. They're not going to keep picking defensive coordinators. No team can do that and win. No, this one's got to be it. So whether it's a half a season, a whole season, he going to get that whole season and then the next one. And that's going to make or break the Cowboys for 2026 and 2027. They got to hit it. They got to hit on this next DC. Because Brian Schottenheimer has to full well. Now, he gets no more excuses from me. I'm riding with Brian Schottenheimer until the wheels fall off. And I'm going to tell you where the wheels will fall off. Brian Schottenheimer has got to come into this season and understanding that this defense may not be what he needs it to be in the first 10 games of the season. Brian Schottenheimer's got to make it his business. And I told y'all this last season, and people didn't like when I said it, but I'm going to say it again. Brian Schottenheimer has got to come into the next season saying 35 points or better for the first 10 games of the season. I don't care what anyone says. That's got to be his goal. Brian Schottenheimer has to come into 2026 like a pinball machine. He got to get points, man. He's got to get points. He don't know what his defense is going to be. He don't know what the defense is going to be under the new DC until we get it battle tested. Man, the Cowboys are going to have all new players on the back end. The Cowboys are going to address in free agency and the draft. They're going to address linebacker. They're going to address cornerback. They're going to address safety. That's the whole back end of your defense. And you're talking about 5 to 6, maybe even 8 to 10 different players. We don't know what that DC, even if it's Brian Flores, we don't know how good that DC is going to be. So Brian Schottenheimer got to come into the season saying 35 points or more. Bottom line. And he ain't got no excuse not to do it. Brian Schottenheimer don't have an excuse not to be a pinball machine. Jerry Jones is going to sign George Pickens. I've been confident about this the entire season. Jerry Jones has won another pick. Another trade. So far, Jerry is winning the Green Bay trade so far. We'll see what happens as it continues to develop. But when you talk about the George Pickens trade, man, Jerry Jones robbed Pittsburgh. So Brian Schottenheimer has to come into this season with a whole different mentality. No, bro, it's not good enough to be the number one scoring offense. Throw that in the trash. You're going to get that with Dak Prescott anyway. Throw that in the trash. A lot of points, a lot of yards. Dak Prescott is going to do his part. Touchdowns, all those things, man. You got Dak Prescott, CeeDee Lamb, George Pickens, Ryan Flanoy. We'll see what happens as far as Ferguson goes. Javonte Williams. We're going to be talking about Javonte Williams, I think, going forward, too. We'll see what happens with that as far as his contract goes. I can't guarantee you we're going to have Javonte Williams. But what I can tell you is that the offense, because it's led by one of the best quarterbacks in the league, top 3 quarterback in the league, you're going to score points. But you need to come in like Dak Prescott said. We need to be scoring more points. He'll get no more excuses. Gotta let that defense get time to gel and mature. They have to do it. And he's got to come into this season understanding that. He's got to come into the season understanding that. Because I'm telling y'all right now, the next DC is going to make or break the Cowboys, and especially Brian Schottenheimer. He will not be allowed another 7. He will not be allowed another 7-win season. Not another one. He will not be allowed another 7-win season. Jerry ain't putting up with that. I guarantee you, Jerry won't put up with that. Rombowski said, I got no faith in Shotty, Jerry, or Cowboys, so I say let Charlotte Jones make the choice. She's probably got a bigger set of brass cojones than her dad and brothers. Big Rombowski. Let me tell you why. This is another reason why I think this needs to be made simple for the Dallas Cowboys. One of the things that we try to do too much as the Cowboys organization, and I say we like I'm helping them make the choice. But I'm going to tell you one of the things that we do too much. We try to catch the genie in the bottle too much. The genie in the bottle, that ought to be like maybe one player a year. The genie in the bottle concept ought to be one time, like one player per year. You say, okay, we got a guy who's an ex-first round draft pick. Let's see if we can catch the genie in the bottle. One time on the roster. So we'll get a guy that he was this, that, and the other, and he could be this. So we're going to put him on the roster and see if it turns out. And maybe just for the sake of argument, you also put one of those guys on the practice squad. So you only get 2 of those. One on the practice squad, one on the active roster. So you've already got him on the active roster. That's Paris Campbell. The Cowboys keep trying to hit the genie in the bottle on Paris Campbell. They've already signed him again. So when you come back this year, you say, okay, there's one guy we're going to try for. But everybody else, we're not going to try to be the smartest people in the room anymore. We're not going to try to get the guy coming off of an ACL. We're not going to try to get the guy that's been on 5 different teams. We're not going to try to get the draft bust and say that because it's the Dallas Cowboys is going to come in here and do better when we know doggone well that coaching has been a problem for us over the last few years. So what makes us think that our coaches are going to make those players that much better? No. How about we get some players that we know definitively are already performing? And this is why I would love to have Brian Flores or Jim Schwartz. You want to know why? I know they're ex-coaches. I know they fit some of the same things the Cowboys have done in the past, but at the same time, we don't have to wonder if they're going to be successful. You want to know why? Because they're already successful. This needs to be the Cowboys' mindset going forward. This needs to be the Cowboys' mindset going forward. Stop trying to be the smartest people in the doggone room. Stop it. Stop trying to be the smartest people. Sometimes, man, you just got to be Captain Obvious. You got to look at some things and go, okay, this guy is already performing, so let's get him. Brian Flores is a monster of a defense coordinator, and everybody knows it. And everybody been knowing it. Go out and get a guy who you know unequivocally is good. Jim Schwartz, good at what he does. Good at what he does. You don't have to wonder. Same thing with players. We're going to talk about free agency. Same thing with players. Dallas, stop trying to be the smartest doggone people in the room. Stop going to Dollar Tree trying to sell us telling us that you don't went to Neiman Marcus. Stop it, bro. There's a reason that nice looking clock is in the secondhand store, because that clock was broken. We got to stop trying to think we can fix everything. Man, just get some people. Let me tell you, George Pickens, that's the kind of stuff you need to do more of. We didn't have to fix George Pickens. What George Pickens is right now is what he already was. He just didn't have the quarterback. We didn't have to fix George Pickens. We didn't have to fix Quentin Williams. You didn't have to fix Quentin Williams. Already elite level defensive tackle. Stop getting guys you have to fix. How about we just start doing some Captain Obvious stuff going forward? Guys who are already performing, and we don't have to make up any reason to get them other than, can we get them? Can we get them? Robert Dudley, Mike Tomlin. Well, you know the Cowboys ain't getting Mike Tomlin. I think they would have loved to get Mike Tomlin. But the Cowboys, a coach like Mike Tomlin, what I think Tomlin could do for the Cowboys, now everything else I'm questioning, but one of the things I know Tomlin could do for the Cowboys is change the culture into a different culture. But Tomlin, man, let me tell you something. We'll talk about this in a moment. You know, Tomlin stepped down today, of course. I think Tomlin stepped down because he didn't want, I think him and the Pittsburgh Steelers behind closed doors, I think they basically kind of agreed to do the right thing so that the Pittsburgh Steelers didn't have to embarrass Mike Tomlin and fire him. Let me tell y'all something. I love Mike Tomlin as a coach of men. He's the kind of coach you love for your sons to play for. But I'm going to tell you, Mike Tomlin has underachieved with the Pittsburgh Steelers. The team that he won the Super Bowl with was fresh off of Coughlin, had been Roethlisberger. But ever since then, Coughlin has not had a losing season. But he hasn't won since then either in the playoffs. And one of his biggest misses, year after year after year for Coughlin, has been quarterback. Gosh, how do you miss on quarterback that many years in a row? That's crazy work to me. Jerome Miller, he said, G, got word from Law Nation. Say Leonard will be our DC, but they can't do the paperwork until Denver's out of the playoffs. Yeah, I heard the same thing too. But I hope this isn't the case. Even though I think that the Cowboys are leaning toward him. But I do say this. If I am the Cowboys, do not sign that paperwork until you know that you can't get Brian Flores or Jim Schwartz. I'm sorry, but the Cowboys, man, they you know, Leonard, man. I mean, I like this kid, Leonard. But we got to understand something with him, man. I mean, what's the expectations with Leonard? Y'all tell me what's the expectation. What's the expectation? So, Leonard's going to come in and fix the defense he's going to come in and fix the defense, and the Cowboys going to be a top 5 defense after week number 6. Top 10 defense by midseason. I mean, I'm just saying, we got to really think about what we're asking. What will he be? I don't know either. But that becomes the problem. Now I got another coach. Last year I had a first-year head coach. Now this year I got to have a first-year defense coordinator. I'm hoping that my first-year head coach, even though he's been 25 years in the doggone 25 years in the game, I got to hope my head coach, who calls my plays, I got to hope he comes back, and I got to hope he be even better in his second season after being in the game 26 years. Now I got to bring in a new defensive coordinator who's got to have a whole new defense, or half the defense going to be brand new. And I want him now to hit the ground running. And I want him now to do what? What do I want him to do? What do I want Jim Leonard to do? I mean, let's be honest. What's the expectations? What's the expectations for Jim Leonard? How long do we get before we say he ain't it? Because I'm telling you now, he's brand new. He's never called plays. Brand new players. Got to see how the player's going to respond to him. Yada, yada, anything else you can name. Got to get a man at least a year. Got to give him a year just to get the dude wet behind the ears. I mean, you got to give him a year to get his feet wet. I mean, I'm hoping he come in, hit the ground running and go, this was the guy. But it's the unknown. It is truly the unknown. And this is why I say this next coach, he's going to make or break the Cowboys. Not just Brian Schottenheimer. He's going to make or break the Cowboys. Brian Schottenheimer, guys, I'm telling y'all, Brian Schottenheimer has got to come into this season with a whole new mentality. I'm telling you now, if I'm Jerry Jones, I'm sitting down and having to come to Jesus talk with Brian Schottenheimer. I'm having to come to Jesus talk. Brian, this is it, bro. This is it. The weapons that I have given you on offense, this is it. I'm not just expecting you to have the top scoring offense. That's because I would have told them already. I mean, I would be telling them now. I mean, that really wasn't a big achievement. We've had Dak Prescott here long before you were here. Dak Prescott put up points under Jason Garrett. Dak Prescott put up buku points under Kellen Moore. Dak Prescott put up buku points under Mike McCarthy. So you think we didn't expect Dak Prescott to put up buku points under you? No, we're actually expecting him to put up more points under you because Dak Prescott is in his prime and Dak Prescott has more weapons than we've ever put around him. What? I'm telling you, I'm having to come to Jesus talk with Brian Schottenheimer. I don't want to hear nothing about how good we were on third downs and all these. No, I'm talking about where the rubber meets the road. Bruh. My expectation is 35 plus points per game. And if the defense is good, you'll definitely have no excuse. I'm talking about with a bad defense, I'm expecting 35 plus points. What do you think I'm expecting if the defense is good? Getting takeaways and scoring points on defense and giving us short fields and getting us the ball back more. No, there needs to be a come to Jesus conversation. Because there also needs to be an understanding. Hey, bro, this is a brand new DC. You wanted Leonard, we're getting you Leonard. But you got to understand, he brand new. We don't know what to expect. We're going to go out here and get him all the players that we can. But at the end of the day, we don't know what it's going to be in the first year. So the expectations, regardless if it's Jim Leonard or if it's Derek Harris, the expectations is the playoffs. Do you understand what I'm telling you? I'm telling you right now, that's a conversation for me. I don't give a doggone who we bringing here at this point. I mean, I do, but what I'm saying is, I don't care which one of these candidates it is. I'm telling you what I expect from Brian Schottenheimer if I'm Jerry Jones. And it's not going to be 7 wins, and it's not going to be 9 wins. I'm expecting us to be in the playoff hunt next season. I don't care who we bring in. You are going to have to shoulder the weight. I need you to put the weight of the team on your shoulders because we don't know what this guy going to be. We don't know what this guy going to be. And for everybody who wants Jim Leonard, more power to you. But understand something. What's the expectation? Y'all tell me. I'm Mills 0040. I'm about to get me some bacon sizzling going forward. Bill 0040, he said the seat is sizzling, shotty. Sure, I'm telling you now. I'm telling you right now. It's sizzling if it's me too. Mike McKay, let me read what you said here. Then I'm going to go to the next super chat. Mike McKay said, don't take this personal, anybody. Mike McKay, the moment you say don't take it personal, we just started taking it personal. Brian, Mike McKay says, but Jerry Jones will not hire Brian Flores. The reason is because he outperforms Brian Schottenheimer and Jerry will be forced to make a decision. Mike McCain, let me tell you something. This is the very reason why Jerry needs to hire Brian Flores. This is the very reason why he needs to hire Brian Flores. Brian Flores needs to keep Brian Schottenheimer. Brian Schottenheimer needs a coach that will push him so that he doesn't sit in comfortability either. Because I can tell you right now, tell me anything you want to, but Brian Schottenheimer was sitting in comfortability this year. Brian Schottenheimer knew pretty much no matter what happened this year, he was going to be the head coach of the Cowboys. But next year, he can't get that comfortability. He cannot get that comfortability. And that's why I'm telling y'all the next defensive coordinator is going to make or break the Dallas Cowboys. It's going to make or break them. Because if Brian Schottenheimer can't score 30 to 30, I'm just telling you, if Brian Schottenheimer, I'm just being, somebody's saying I'm being unrealistic. I'm just telling you I'm being realistic. And the reason why I know I'm being realistic is based on what I saw this past season. Do y'all know why the Cowboys, let's have some fun. We ain't in the playoffs. Let's have some fun. Let's look back on something. Let me tell you why I know what I'm talking about on this whole thing about the Cowboys with these 35 plus points coming up this season. Let me tell you why I know what I'm talking about. Because when I look back on this season, when I look back on the 2025 season, anybody want to guess how are we winning games? Anybody want to guess? I'm coming to you, Big Al. Anybody want to guess how we were winning games? Whoops. Hold on a second. Don't mean to show you that information. Hold on a second. Got my background information on my YouTube page, though. I don't need to be looking at that. All right, let me see. So let me show you this here. So when you look at the Cowboys this past season, let's look at what happened. How were they winning games? First game of the season, they scored 24, lost. Second game of the season, they scored 40, won. Third game of the season, scored 14, lost. Fourth game of the season, they scored 40, they tied. Fifth game of the season, they scored 37, they won. Sixth game of the season against the Panthers, they scored 27, they lost. Seventh game of the season, Washington Commanders, they scored 44, they won. Eighth game of the season, scored 24, they lost. Ninth game of the season, they scored 17, they lost. Anybody see a theme? Anybody see a theme? Anybody see a theme? If you just keep going, Cowboys against the Raiders, they scored 33, they won. They scored 24 against the Eagles. They won. They scored 31 against the Chiefs. What did they do? They won. They scored 30 against the Lions. Lost. Should have scored more. Scored how many against the Vikings? Scored 26. They lost. How many did they score against the Chargers? 17. They lost. How many did they score against the Commanders? 30. They won. How many did they score against the Giants? 17. They lost. So I'm looking at what they did this past season with Matt Eberflus. So you bring in a new DC, how long will it take for him to get it together? But I'm telling you this, the first half of the season, if the Cowboys want to be somewhere around 7-2, 6-3, they're going to have to score as much as no one. Some people don't agree when I said this earlier, but I'm telling you, I said this during the season. The people didn't like it. I'm going back to my original premise. If they don't score 35 plus points per game, and I'm not even talking about the first 6 or 7 games, I'm talking about the entire season. The Cowboys need to score the most points historically in a season, and I'm talking about by far. The Cowboys are going to have to score points, y'all, because we don't know what this defense is going to be. And this is one of the things that I had against Brian, because Brian was depending upon his defense to play better. Nah, bro, that's not my not me. I'm just telling you right now, that's not how I'm coaching. I'm not coaching this year depending upon this defense. My mindset when I come into this season is I got a brand new DC, and especially if you give me Jim Leonard, I got a brand new DC. He's never called plays. I got brand new players on defense. I got to pick up the slack. I can't depend on them. They have to depend on me. That's my attitude. And if that's not his attitude, if I'm Jerry, that's the attitude he's going to have when he leaves the room talking to me. Having to come to Jesus talk. Having to come to Jesus talk, brother. Big Al, he said, G, preach. It's Flores or Schwartz. Got to hit the ground running immediately. Big Al. People do not understand, and I'm sure people do understand, how important what I'm saying is. If you want to hit the ground running, Flores or Schwartz. If you want to hit the ground understanding you got to score 35 to 40 points a game for who knows how long in the season, then Jim Leonard's going to be your man. I'm telling you right now. Anybody who's expecting Jim Leonard to come in here and knock the Cowboys to a top 10 defense, man, let me tell you something. You can have those expectations all you want to. All I'm telling you is they better bring in a defense out of this world. That's all I'm telling you. Shoot. They better bring in a defense out of this world. They better bring in Trey Hendrickson and Max Crosby on opposite ends of the defensive line. Shoot. Man, you better go get Ray Lewis out. Man, you better go get the reincarnation of Ray Lewis. Man, you're going to have to put Darrelle Revis back. The reincarnation of Darrelle Revis at the quarterback. Man, let me tell you something. Folk who get, and don't get me wrong, I'm going to be happy if they get Jim Leonard. But my expectations for Jim Leonard, first year, brand new players, first time calling plays as far as the pros go. Let me tell y'all right now, the pros ain't college and the college ain't pros. We see so many we see so many coaches that go to the college coaching realm and they do great. They come back to the pros and they are trash. What is that guy that they said, the guy that used to, what's the guy name that used to coach for Bill Belichick? Ohio State's DC now. His name slips me right now. Matt Patricia. Man, Matt Patricia. Let me tell you something. Matt Patricia as a head coach was absolutely terrible, man. That dude liked to destroy Detroit. And people got to realize that Ohio State, for as much as people talk about Matt Patricia, man, bro, it's Ohio State. I mean, the recruiting, the players that you get on a program like that. Man, Matt Patricia ain't dumb. Matt Patricia know that when you come to the pros, you got to coach. Because you don't get to go out there with that NIL money and just out recruit. Man, there's a salary cap, there's a draft, there's free agency. Man, you don't always have all the players that you want. Shoot, Matt Patricia, man, great in college. As far as what we're seeing with Ohio State, but why wouldn't he be with those players? Man, I would not want a guy like him coaching for my team in the pros. But again, I'm telling us, this next DC gonna make us or break us. This next DC gonna make us or break us, bottom line. Buddy Johnson, I'm telling you, buddy, people don't like when Jerry said this because they see, this is one thing about me, what I'm not gonna do. If I get the evidence that something that I said is not true, I'm not going to go against what the evidence is and say that what I said is true and go against what I know now has been when the facts come out. For everybody who said that Jerry hired, and I said it too, that Jerry hired Matt Eberflus. But I had also asked the question, I wonder if Brian Schottenheimer wanted Matt Eberflus. Well, at the end of the day, Jerry said that Brian Schottenheimer had everything to do. Everything. I got to give Shotty some of the blame on that. And that's why I say this next one. Man, this is it. Make a break. Derek Williams, I think they should hire an OC. Cowboys' problem is they won't pay the kind of OC they need to pay. I'd love to see them bring in somebody like a Mike McDaniel to be the offensive coordinator. I think Brian Schottenheimer needs an offensive coordinator. I really do. Miss Matrix, she said, with that setup, G, it sounds like another 7-win season. Miss Matrix, let me tell you something. It won't be a 7-win season if Brian Schottenheimer understands his assignment. Miss Matrix, you tell me. Because I'm gonna tell you what my thought process is. If I'm Brian Schottenheimer and I hire a brand new DC, my thought process is not, I got to depend on that defensive coordinator. No, that defensive coordinator is depending on me. He's depending on me to pick up the slack until he can get his feet up under him, until he can get that defense gelling, until he can get accustomed to being the actual DC and calling the plays and being over the personnel. Until he gets his feet up under him, he's dependent upon me. And in no situation can I put him in a situation in the game to say, hey, man, we need to stop right here. No. I'm not going to. This is just my thought process. I'm not putting him in a position to where he needs to stop. I'm not putting him in that situation. My goal is to put him in a situation to where he never needs a stop. That's my goal. My goal is to beat teams down offensively as he gets his feet up under him. So if we got to outscore teams, then doggone it, I'm going to outscore him. But you tell me what you think about it. Miss Matrix, she said, but gee, how can you say that when DQ came in and immediately turned in the defense around with the players he had? They didn't go get anyone. Well, you just made my point. Miss Matrix, you just made my point. Dan Quinn, let's think about why I'm saying Brian Flores, Jim Schwartz. Because Dan Quinn fits the same bill. Dan Quinn already had been a Super Bowl defense coordinator. Dan Quinn had already been a head coach and defense coordinator with the Atlanta Falcons. Dan Quinn proven. You already knew with Dan Quinn what he could come in and do. I mean, we knew when Dan Quinn came in, Dan Quinn was going to do damage with the Dallas Cowboys. We knew Dan Quinn was going to do that. Brian Flores. You bring in Brian Flores, Miss Matrix. What's the expectation? I'm telling you right there. I bring in Brian Flores, I expect the Dallas Cowboys defense to go from last to at least middle of the pack. Off the rip. Not only do I expect them to be middle of the pack, Miss Matrix, we get Brian Flores or Jim Schwartz, my expectation, middle of the pack by mid-season, top 10 by the end of the season. That's what I expect with Jim Schwartz and Brian Flores. But with Jim Leonard, no hate on him. I don't know what to expect. I really don't know what to expect with Leonard. We have to understand something. Leonard is I understand what he did at Wisconsin. The college game is not the pro game. Leonard has been with Vance Joseph. Vance Joseph been up there balling out of his mind as far as coaching goes. We're watching Vance Joseph's defense. We're not watching Leonard's defense. We're watching Leonard watch Vance Joseph. But we got to understand that Leonard isn't the man that Vance Joseph is. And this is sometimes what people miss. We don't know how Jim Leonard feels about the way Vance Joseph coaches. We don't know if he would be doing something different. Same thing with when you think about Brian Flores and Durante Jones. We don't know. Just because you get the understudy don't mean you're getting the actual master. With Brian Flores, full expectation, results. Jim Schwartz comes in, results. Their understudies, they're going to need a year. That's what my thought process is. Y'all tell me. But that's what my thought process is. I can't expect Durante Jones to come in and be Brian Flores. See, a young guy who's never done it before. Man, he got to come in. He got to come in to come in and do what a Brian Flores would do. Man, he got to come in on a different type of motivation. Dak Fan for Life said, I agree with you, but if we get Flores, we will only need to score 30 a game. Flores will bring the team to around 22 or so upon walking in. I get what you're saying. No doubt. That's why I'm saying. See, Brian Flores, I'm telling you what I'm expecting with Brian Flores and Jim Schwartz. But that's why I'm asking the question, though. But if you bring in Leonard, what's the expectation? I mean, really, realistically, what's the expectation if you bring in Jim Leonard? And this ain't knocking Jim Leonard, but somebody got to be in reality when we talk about these guys. Somebody got to be in reality. What is the expectations for Jim Leonard? Are we really expecting Leonard to come in and just go to a top 10 defense immediately? That's all I'm telling you. The next DC will make or break the Cowboys. And there is going to be no more. Whoever this DC is, there is not going to be any more of this, well, it's only Brian Schottenheimer's second season. No, I'm throwing that in the trash. I'm not even having that argument. I'm not having that discussion with nobody next season. Brian Schottenheimer needs to understand the assignment. Unless you get a Jim Schwartz or a Brian Flores. Because short of getting those types of coaches, bro, you better come in with the expectation of we got to do what we did last year and do it at a higher rate. We can't win one, lose one. No, We have got to come in fully prepared to put this entire team on our shoulders. That's where how Brian Schottenheimer's got to come in next season until he sees what Jim Leonhard is. And I wouldn't disagree, because I do think the Cowboys, they have already set their sights on Jim Leonhard. Jaden Justin said if he can get us in the top 20, G, it'll be a start and get us into the playoffs. Jaden, let me tell you something. Getting a team into the top 20 in your first year, let me tell you something. That isn't going to be just coaching. That's going to mean the Cowboys have went and got him some show enough players. Man, that is tough. Man, that is tough trading. But if he can do it, and I say top 20, we're going to talk about this in our playoff observation here in just a moment. But let me tell you something. If he gets the Cowboys to the top 20, I mean, that'll be a great accomplishment. But then again, if he does that, Justin, just understand, if you want to go to the playoffs, then you're going to have to be averaging somewhere around 34 to 38 points per game. Yeah, you're going to have to still put up. If your defense is ranked number 20, you're still going to have to put up. And we've already seen the Cowboys' schedule for next season. Oh, no, it's a nightmare. Cowboys' schedule is a nightmare. When they put the official schedule out, we're going to see it's a nightmare. The Cowboys are going to have to put up buku points. They're going to have to put up buku points. 70s Fan Show, yeah, I did a video on that. Kevontae Turpin shouldn't have even made the hey, don't get me wrong, I love Kevontae Turpin, but I didn't think he was deserving of being All-Pro this season. And then to put George Pickens on second team All-Pro, I mean, they lost all credibility. Uh-oh, LaQueen. Queen said Dan Quinn put his bid in for Flores. I'm not shocked. Let me tell you something, Queen. Dan is smart. Dan don't want to call plays. Because Dan knows, Queen, Dan knows that if you call your own plays, you're done. Dan Quinn wasn't calling his own plays. If Dan starts calling his own plays, Queen, he done. Dan Quinn is smart. Dan Quinn is saying, I want to bring in a defensive coordinator to where I don't have to worry about it. I don't want to be hands-on. Because Brian's going to have to understand something. He bring in Jim Leonhard, for as much as he's a teacher, Jim Leonhard, he's going to have to be hands-on. I mean, nobody knows what to expect from Jim Leonhard. And to expect Jim Leonhard to be Vance Joseph, I ain't doing it. I'm not doing it. Because that's disrespect, if you ask me. That's disrespect to Vance Joseph. To think that Jim Leonhard's going to be Vance Joseph is disrespect. I'm sorry. That's disrespect. Ain't no way I'm expecting, man, Vance Joseph been in this thing, man. Vance Joseph done paid them dues. Man, ain't no way I'm expecting. Man, if Jim Leonhard come in and do what, man, nah, ain't no way. Ain't no way. Kippy, what's going on? He said Jerry Jones don't want Flores because he has a higher upside than Shotty, and he's black. Jerry Jones would never have a black coach. Let me tell you something. Kippy, I'm not sure about the black coach part, but I'll tell you this, Kippy, I really think Jerry needs to hire Flores. Not for the reason that you're saying, but I think it will get that thought process out of the minds of people. Because I never want somebody, Kippy, I would never want Jerry to hire Brian because he's black. I want Jerry to hire Brian because I don't think it's because he's black. I want him to hire Brian because I believe Brian Flores is the best out there right now. Brian Flores can make mediocre defense, or let me put it like this. Brian Flores can make average players look good players look great, and great players look elite. That's why I want Brian Flores. But where I can get down is maybe Brian Flores would be more relatable to the players. Man, I'm telling you, the Cowboys get a coach like Brian Flores, it changes everything. It changes everything. I'm telling you it does. This is why I want them to get him. I want them to get him because he changes. A guy like him changes the way everybody thinks. A guy like Brian Flores says, okay, we doing some things different around here. That's what a guy like Brian Flores says. I think Jim Schwartz says the same thing too. I think Jim Schwartz says, okay, we're doing some things different around here. I really do. I think Jim Schwartz says that. But then when you get to Jim Leonhard, for me, Jim Leonhard is borderline. For me, he's borderline of we're doing something different, but at the same time, it's not a surprise for me. Because the Cowboys have talked about, Jim Leonhard has been in the conversation before. So Jim Leonhard wouldn't, it's not like, you know, getting Jim Leonhard is one of them things where you go, wow, they got Jim Leonhard. You go, okay, they got Jim Leonhard. Let's see what he does. Ms. Major said, yeah, I hear you. Remember you saying that, G? I said it sounded like a system set up to fail and don't see any difference with that setup next season. Ms. Majors, I'm telling you, it's going to be tough. If we bring in Leonhard, I'm just telling us, Brian Schottenheimer better understand the assignment. He better understand the assignment. And don't you dare try to put a game on we need to stop from the defense. No. You know what? We need to go into this thing saying we need to score points and keep our doggone defense off the field. Need to have some more methodical drives. Stop failing on third downs. Stop killing ourselves on stupid penalties. We got to continue drives, and we got to win the time of possession, not by 2 or 3 minutes. We need to be winning time of possession by at least 3 drives. We need to be winning it by 5 and 7 and 8 minutes. We need to really be winning the time of possession. Ms. Majors, I'm with you. Can we get Aaron Donald? Shoot. I'm telling us. Ms. Majors, I follow Aaron Donald on TikTok. Shoot, Aaron Donald like he can still play. Dude, Aaron Donald like he can still play. Jaden, he says, gee, I think a good draft, a good offseason free agency with some dogs and a teacher, this defense can turn around quickly. Oh, Jaden Justin, you still in my thunder, because that's who I'm going to talk about as we get into our playoff observation. Here we go. Let's switch gears. Let's go into our playoff observation. I'm going to tell you some things I've noticed in the playoffs and why I have hope for the Dallas Cowboys. I'm going to segue off of Jaden Justin. Playoff observations. Let's pull up the playoff tree. Because I noticed some things in this year's playoffs, and there is a theme in this year's playoffs. Let me see here. Let's pull up this playoff bracket. If you think about this year, hold on, let me read Corliss Piper. But gee, how do you get experience if no one gives you a chance? Corliss, I don't have a problem with the Cowboys giving Jim Leonhard a chance. That's not my point. My point is, if you get Jim Leonhard, what's the expectations? And my point is, if you get Jim Leonhard, you don't get to get rid of Jim Leonhard after 1 season. You get Jim Leonhard, he's here for the next 2 to 3. You don't get to get rid of him. So your expectations for Jim Leonhard, if he can get us to the top 20, that'd be great. But that's not my expectation. My expectation for Brian Schottenheimer is simple. You need to come into this season understanding he's brand new, and he needs to be depending on you. You need to keep his defense off the field. You need to be scoring 35-plus points. You don't need to put him in situations to where at multiple times this year the Cowboys say, we need a defensive stop. Well, until he can prove he can get those defensive stops, we need you to keep him out of that situation. We need you to run over. We need you to win time of possession. We need you to score 35-plus points a game until we can see what he is. And we got to give him time to mature. We got to give him time to get his feet up under him. So, no, I'm not against Jim Leonhard. All I'm saying is, what is the expectations if you get Jim Leonhard? What are the expectations? And again, Jaden Justin, I'm going to segue off of this and go into the playoff observation, and I'm going to show us where we have some hope, even if we get a Jim Leonhard, because I do believe Jerry's going to put buku players on defense. So again, don't take what I'm saying of going against Jim Leonhard. All I'm telling you is what are the expectations for Jim Leonhard? And if we're thinking that Jim Leonhard is going to come in here and take us to a top 5 defense, which he very well could, I'm just telling you it's highly unlikely. Unless they go out there and they get him some crazy players, which they very well may. But I'm going to show you something about this year's playoffs that I found to be very, very telling. So the Buffalo-Jacksonville game. When we think about the Buffalo-Jacksonville game, the theme for this playoffs has been defense. Defense, defense, defense. You got a defense, you can survive in this thing. The Buffalo Bills and the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Buffalo Bills and the Jacksonville Jaguars, when I think about playoff observation, it goes to show that when you got a good defense and you play a team that's got a pretty good defense and both of y'all have a good offense, quarterback play is essential. Trevor Lawrence sold the Jacksonville Jaguars. Meanwhile, Josh Allen, with some kind of crazy tush push that they've invented, literally carried the Buffalo Bills to that win. So when all things are equal, quarterback play is important. But watching the Chargers and the New England Patriots, defense wins championships. And it also showed me something else. Coaching matters. Mike Vrabel has done an incredible job. He has done an incredible job. They benefited from an easier schedule. But the thing is that when the rubber met the road, everybody thought the Chargers were going to beat the New England Patriots. Man, defense wins championships. Man, they had Justin Herbert with his sorry self, his overrated self. Man, they had that joker running for his life. Man, they had Justin Herbert running for his life. But again, the moral to the story in the Los Angeles Chargers New England Patriots game, it was defense wins championships. And the Chargers defense, hey, they did great too. They did great too. The difference was New England defense did better. New England defense was better. And again, defense wins championships. The game last night that ended Mike Tomlin's career with the Pittsburgh Steelers. I said it last night, and I'll say it again. Mills, 0040. This next statement is for you. Let me get a couple of greetings in. Rod Curry is in here. What's going on? Rico Jones. What's going on, Rico Jones? Bass is up in this thing. C. Burleson, what's going on? Good to see you. I think I saw Tatiana up in here. What's going on? We them boys. Good to see y'all. JTX Main, what's going on? Good to see the crew up in here tonight. Let me tell you something. I want a defense like Houston for Christmas. And I don't understand why people are not considering the Houston Texans defensive coordinator for a head coach job. Man, I want a defensive coordinator like the Houston Texans. I want a DC and a defense like the Houston Texans. Mills, this is for you. I want a coach. I want a DC and a defense that the quarterback can throw two of the ugliest interceptions I ever seen in my life on my side of the field, fumble the ball on my side of the field, and still hold the Pittsburgh Steelers to 6 points. That's the ball. That's the ball for the defense. I want to be able to turn the ball over, Mills. I want to be able to turn the ball over 3 times. and still win the game 30-6. I want to be able to turn the ball over 3 times and have mediocre. Man, CJ Stroud was mediocre last night. And still, what? And still win 30-6? I want that defense for Christmas. I want that defense for Christmas. That's what you call a defense. Defense wins championships. Man, let me tell you something. If there is a team in the AFC right now that I think could go to the Super Bowl on defense alone, it's the Houston Texans. Them boys is nasty. Them boys is nasty. Defense wins championships. All I'm thinking as I'm watching these games is I'm thinking about the Dallas Cowboys and what we could be with a defense. I already know what we would be. We would be the 1992-93 Cowboys. The 1992 Cowboys had the #1 overall defense. 1993, they were a top 5 defense, top 3 defense. I want this defense for Christmas that the Houston Texans have. These dudes are incredible, man. CJ Stroud was atrocious for the most part. Man, any other team, any other, without that Houston Texans defense, they lose that game. They lose that game. Tatiana, Houston defense elite. You better say it. Tatiana, elite. I want that defense for Christmas. Shoot. How you gonna have 3 turnovers? Man, I'm watching one of these turnovers. It's deep on their side of the field. Held them boys to I think I held them to a field goal. Shoot. Man, I want that defense for Christmas. The Houston Texans got a Super Bowl level defense. We're gonna see this week. The AFC is going to have, to me, one of the most interesting matchups. 2 of the most interesting matchups. Because the Denver Broncos, Josh Allen is better than Bo Nix. New England, Drake May. Drake May is having a heck of a year. He's been better than Stroud this year. But at the end of the day, the difference in these games, will the Buffalo Bills be able to do something with the Denver Broncos defense? Them boys nasty. Denver Broncos defense, and I'm telling you, the Denver Broncos defense is one of the worst things that Josh Allen could ever face because he is a turnover machine. And I'm telling you now, he better not even throw the ball nowhere near Patrick Surtain. He better not even throw the ball near Patrick Surtain. He'll throw an interception if he even think about it near Patrick Surtain. I'm telling you right now. The New England Patriots, I like what Mike Vrabel has done. But I'm telling us, I have a feeling Drake May gonna have a long day against Houston. That defense is next level. Angel Eyes up in here. What up, Angel Eyes? I'm telling us right now. Mills, where you at? Mills, I want a defense like the Houston Texans. Because when you got a defense like the Houston Texans, man, Dak Prescott can throw 3 interceptions and you still win the game. Tell me about, hey, Mills. Mills said Houston's no weakness on defense, probably the best secondary in the league. Tell me about it, Mills. Mills, I want the Houston Texans defense for Christmas, man. Man, they ain't got to wrap it. Houston Texans, man, how you gonna have 3 turnovers? 3 turnovers and still win. Mediocre quarterback play, still win 30-6. Shoot, man, absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. This should be what Jerry is trying to build. This is what Jerry should be trying to build. That Houston Texans defense is stupid crazy, man. Stupid crazy. Brian Worley, what up with you? Rombowski said, even with today's NFL pass-friendly rules, one long-time rule will never fail. A top defense and efficient run game will win games. No doubt. New England's run game is top 5, and they got a top defense, too. Hey, let me tell you something. Big Rombowski, this is about to be one of the most exciting rounds this coming week. Houston in New England, Buffalo, and Denver, because both of those defenses, and with what they can do, I mean, they can do just enough offensively. I'm telling you now, man, I would not be surprised if we get Denver and the Houston Texans in the AFC Championship game. I'm not going to be surprised. Houston and Denver in the AFC Championship game. I'm not going to be surprised. I'm telling this man, Houston's defense is next level. Rod Curry, I like this stat. He said no NFL team has won a Super Bowl with a top-scoring, high-powered offense and a busted trash defense. It's like oil and water. They don't mix. Yeah. This is why I'm saying, Rod Curry, this next DC, they're going to make or break the Dallas Cowboys. Bottom line. It's going to make or break the Dallas Cowboys. Robert Dudley, he says Stroud is not a great quarterback. He's Eli Manning. Man. But with that defense, shoo. Eli Manning 2 times in the Super Bowl. Shoo. Telling us, man. Jeremy said, yeah, Drake May made more throws than Herbert. Herbert did too, than Justin Herbert, including that pass that went over Dervin James' hands by an inch into Hunter Henry's head for that TD. Yeah. Yeah. Christian Legal, Houston wasn't playing anyone. They were playing against an old man who had to leave his game. Christian Legal, touche. Touche. You know, and while we on the Pittsburgh Steelers, you know what I find to be funny once again? Miss Matrix, this is undeniable. Jerry Jones has absolutely, unequivocally won the trade as it applies to one George Pickens. DK Metcalf did something silly that I don't think George Pickens ever would have done. I don't think George Pickens ever would have did this in a million years, to go up and punch a fan. Hurt his team, missed 2 games. They survived. You get into the playoffs, and DK Metcalf, it's like he disappeared in that game. They're paying DK Metcalf all that money, when in the reality is the wide receiver was never the problem. They already had an elite wide receiver. This is the thing that's got Mike Tomlin out of Pittsburgh. He hasn't had a quarterback since Ben Roethlisberger. And they have failed repeatedly at the quarterback position. And Aaron Rodgers, for as much as I like Aaron Rodgers, man, Aaron Rodgers ain't Aaron Rodgers prime. He's not Aaron Rodgers prime. And so they go and get Aaron Rodgers, because if it would have been me, I mean, if anything, I'm going to keep George Pickens and still try to get DK Metcalf. I'm not going to get rid of George Pickens. So Jerry Jones, once again, has won another trade. This is why I say, man, Jerry got to be in the running for, well, you know, love him, like him, or hate him. Man, Jerry got to be in the running for the GM of the year with a couple of these trades he made. Tatiana said, I wish we could have had that defense this year. Oh, Tatiana, let me tell you something. We got that Houston Texans defense. No, we're in the Super Bowl. There's no doubt about it. Derek Grimsley, I agree. I do believe Jerry's going to build an elite defense. I think so, too. I think Jerry's going to build that elite defense this year. But I do think we're going to have to give, if it's a Jim Leonard, I still got my questions on the table. What is our expectations for Jim Leonard? We'll have to see what he is. Rod Curry said Cowboys defense not built to shoot it out with an opposing team offense, G. No, but they got to be better going against the opposing team's defense. They got to keep that defense off the field. That's what the Cowboys got to do this coming year, Curry. They got to do better at keeping that defense off the field. They can win the time of possession more than what they did. Corliss said color is the problem. I'm not sure if color is the problem with Jerry Jones. But I'll say this. I would never want to hire a coach because he's black. That's an insult to me. I would never want anybody to hire me because I'm black. Don't even call me. Lose my number. You only call me because you want me, because you think I can do the job better than anybody else. That's the only reason why I want you to call me. Period in the story. And so Brian Flores would be the sign that things are being done different, not just because I don't think it would be nothing to do with him being black. Brian Flores is just the man for the job, and he would just happen to be black. But I do say another side of that is maybe he could also relate to the players better. We could see that. But I'm not sure Jerry wouldn't hire. And I'm going to tell you something. And let me push back on this just a little bit more. Al Harris. I think they would have promoted Al Harris. They would have kept Al Harris. Al Harris sullied his name with Trayvon Diggs. They ticked off, in particular. This is why I'm telling y'all, Brian Schottenheimer's had more influence in some of these things we've been watching than we want to give him credit for. Y'all heard Brian Broaddus. Schottenheimer doesn't like Al Harris. Schottenheimer don't like Al Harris because of the Trayvon Diggs stuff. Big Rombowski said the Texans' defense skyrocketed after DeMeco Ryans gave up defensive play calling duties. Yes, sir. An unselfish and ego-free head coach. Would Schotty even entertain that? I doubt it. I wish he would. I think they need a better OC. Angel said, crazy, we got the number one offense and the Texans got the number one defense. We need a trade. I want that defense for Christmas, Angel. Shoot, I want that defense for Christmas. Them boys are crazy. Christian Legal, he said, I want a defense like the Denver Broncos. I'll take either one of them. Shoot, and let me tell you something, Christian Legal. Cowboys have an opportunity too. Let's talk about that in just a minute. Cowboys got an opportunity to do that too. Rod Mack, what's going on? Glad you're checking in. We got an opportunity. All right, let's look at a couple more of these games. So, Los Angeles Rams, Carolina Panthers. This game here, what wound up happening was the defense on either side was not as good as they should have been. This was the highest scoring game of the weekend pretty much. Los Angeles Rams 34-31. Los Angeles Rams are basically Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. I don't know which team is going to show up for the Rams. I'm very skeptical about the Rams advancing any further. The Rams are playing the Chicago Bears. Problem with the Chicago Bears, these two teams right here, it is an absolute toss-up coming up this weekend simply because the Rams, they're Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. You don't know who you're getting. The Chicago Bears are going to have to understand something. You're not going to be able to beat teams by coming back scoring 25 points in the fourth quarter. There's a lot of teams in this league, and especially in the playoffs, the Seattle Seahawks, the Rams. Heck, I don't even think the 49ers are going to let you score 25 points in the fourth quarter. Ben Johnson's going to have to do something different because they're not going to be able to do that against the Rams. But at the same time, they could do it against the Rams because the Rams are Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. You don't know what you're getting with them. Part of the game, the Rams look like one of the worst teams in the league, and then part of the game, they look like one of the best teams in the league. I don't know what the Rams are. But I tell you this, I don't think they're good enough to beat the Seattle Seahawks unless they have their A game. But we'll see what happens, even though they might have got cheated out of the last game they played the Seattle Seahawks. San Francisco 49ers, once again, we saw another game where the defense was good, but I don't know. I'll tell you the truth. I don't know if the defense was good for the San Francisco 49ers or if the offense for the Philadelphia Eagles was just that much more awful. I mean, the Philadelphia Eagles having all kinds of problems. A.J. Brown had me laughing. A.J. Brown over there complaining about the ball all season long and this and that and the other and out there acting a fool. Then he had 3 balls thrown right to him, and the one that he got thrown to him, that was the game-breaking drop right there over the middle. That one right there, bro, get out of here. You need. I wish he hadn't skipped the press conference because I would have wanted to know how to drop that ball. Again, Chicago and Green Bay. Once again, Chicago, second half team, made adjustments, clamped down on Green Bay. Still say Jordan Love robbed the Green Bay Packers. robbed the Green Bay Packers organization. They only scored 6 points. How do you give up a 21-3 lead in the first half, come out in the second half, get the ball first, and only score 6 points in the second half? Hey, I'm telling y'all now, Green Bay is better than me. They're talking about Green Bay is working on an extension for Matt LaFleur. Matt LaFleur, I'm not extending him on anything. I'm not extending him on anything. Matt LaFleur is a lame duck coach as far as I'm concerned. If I'm the Green Bay Packers, he has failed miserably ever since Aaron Rodgers has left the franchise. Continues to have these very disappointing losses in the playoffs and underachieves. No, Green Bay, it was par for the course. They got knocked out. But again, Chicago, they played very well in the second half. Defense played well, but you're not going to be able to do that against the LA Rams. And again, San Francisco 49ers, I still say with everything that has happened with the San Francisco 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, as much as I like what Vrabel, as much as I like what Ben Johnson has done, man, I got to give Kyle Shanahan Coach of the Year. Coach of the Year. This guy's been phenomenal. Rodney Evans, 2 things can be true. You're right. Steelers' offense is trash. You know the bad thing is, Rodney? I actually think the Pittsburgh Steelers defense played good enough to win. I really do. I think their defense played good enough to win. I think the problem in when you start seeing them give up points towards the end, man, they just got tired, man. The Pittsburgh defense just gave up at the end, man. They just got tired, man. Just got tired of not scoring. It's terrible. Yeah, hey, Jaden, man, there are a couple of defenses, man, especially when you think about the Houston Texans. Man, I think the Cowboys with the Pittsburgh Steelers defense would still be in the second round. Pittsburgh Steelers defense didn't play bad last night. Their offense couldn't get anything going. And it just got to the point they just finally gave up there towards the end. What's going on, Chanel? I agree with you. He said best chat on YouTube. I'm telling you, man. Devontae Alvarez. Let me tell you something. Having that number 6 defense with the Cowboys, you tell me, because I'm going to tell you what I see. That number 6 defense for the Cowboys was smoke and mirrors. That defense in 2022 still couldn't stop the run. The Cowboys have had a problem stopping the run. And this team for the Houston Texans, they're not a team. Dan Quinn's defenses were always made to play with leads. And the problem with the Dan Quinn defenses, when they were not playing with leads, the Dan Quinn defenses didn't rise to the occasion. The Houston Texans defense, it's made to play with a lead. It's made to play from behind. It will rise to the occasion. That Houston Texans defense, Devontae, it's not even in the conversation what the defense that the Houston Texans have right now. It's not even in the conversation. It's not even in the conversation. But again, the Cowboys with that doggone Houston Texans defense, shoot, man, that's a different team, man. Big Rumbowski said, "Gee, don't forget, DK was suspended when Pitt played and lost to Cleveland, forcing them into an early playoff-like game against the Baltimore to the end of the season." Yeah, they could have used that week to rest. Yeah, Big Rumbowski, it's crazy, isn't it? Everything they were afraid that George Pickens was going to do. Well, I'm sorry, but DK Metcalf topped that. He topped that. Freddie, El Chuco in the crib. Things going well, Freddie. What's going on? Jerome Miller, if you're talking about Brian Flores, unfortunately, I don't say unfortunately. I say fortunately for him. He's going to get a head coaching job. But if I'm the Cowboys, I at least got to wait and see. And maybe the Denver Broncos winning this week will buy the Cowboys another week to let it marinate. And if they get word that Brian Flores is not going to get a head coaching job, which I'll be shocked if he doesn't get the doggone Baltimore Ravens job, because if I'm the Baltimore Ravens, he don't get out the building. But if the Cowboys get wind that he doesn't get the job, because my understanding is, I don't know where I saw this, but from what my understanding is, the Cowboys are holding out before they make the decision. They're holding out. They want to talk to Brian Flores. From what my understanding is, the Cowboys want to talk to Brian Flores. So I hope they stick to that. And for whatever reason this year, I am holding, man, I really want the Denver Broncos. I really want the Denver Broncos to beat I really want the Denver Broncos to beat the Buffalo Bills. And so I'm really, really hoping, I'm really, really hoping that the Cowboys get the opportunity to interview Brian Flores. Because I'm gonna tell you what I don't want. I don't want Brian Flores going to the Washington Commanders. And I don't think none of us want that. I don't think any of us want that. We do not want Brian Flores going to the Washington Commanders. It'll be a problem. I'm just telling you up front. I wouldn't want to see Brian Flores twice and possibly in the playoffs. I wouldn't want to see him. I wouldn't want to see Brian Flores. And I think it's going to be very interesting to see who's going to be the New York Giants coach too. Because from everything I'm hearing, Mike McCarthy, I'm not so much worried about him, even though I think he'll bring some stability to the franchise. But I am worried about John Harbaugh. Bernard, you got a good point there. We need to hit up the Texas practice squad. For sure. 72 Chevelle, let me look at this thing you're talking about with George Pickens. I'm going to go check that out, what you just said about George Pickens. Mike McCain, DK Metcalf salary, $33,850 yards receiving. George Pickens, $3,001,429 yards. Steelers got robbed. Jerry tore that trade up, bro. Jerry tore that. Hey, Jerry won that trade, bro. I'm telling y'all, Jerry might be in the running for the GM of the year. Jerry has been involved in 3 of the biggest trades of the season, and they have all paid off for the Cowboys. They have all paid off for the Cowboys. All right. So let's switch gears. Donovan Ezeraku arrested. Man, I can't even make heads or tails of this nonsense. I don't even know what this even means. Donovan Ezeraku arrested. Crazy work to me. Absolute crazy work to me. And hold on a second. Before I go to Donovan Ezeraku arrested, let me go back for a second. Jaden Justin brought this up, and Jaden Justin is funny because I already had this. I'm working on something with this. I got something I'm working on. I'm going to be releasing here either tonight or tomorrow. But let me show you something about what Jaden Justin is talking about. I had to go back and do some research on this about the Carolina Panthers. Because as I think about the teams that beat the Cowboys, let me go back and look at this. This is something else. I'm glad Jaden Justin brought this up. Let me go back and look at the playoff picture again. When I look at the playoffs and some of the teams that beat the Dallas Cowboys, I really had to go back and kind of rethink some of this stuff. So you think about the teams that we got beat by. The Broncos beat us. I mean, nobody really thought the Broncos were as good as they are right now, but the Broncos beat us. So I had to rethink that. But when I went back and looked at this team in particular, Carolina Panthers. The Carolina Panthers were actually better than what we thought. And they gave the Rams a run for their money. I had to go back and rethink that loss, Carolina Panthers. I had to go back and rethink the loss to the Chicago Bears because now we realize the Chicago Bears were way better than we thought they were. So now those 2 losses to me don't look the same. The Eagles' losses, I'm still kind of looking at those side-eyed because I think we could have swept them, but it was a divisional game, so I understand it. But even when I look at the Chargers, I mean, I'm looking at the Chargers loss real side-eyed because the Chargers, man, we could have beat them had we had just a decent defense. We could have beat them had we had a decent defense. The Green Bay Packers, had we had a decent defense, we blow the Packers out. We still score 40, but they don't score 40. Jordan Love looked great against the Cowboys. Problem is, I can't think of a quarterback other than Geno Smith this season that didn't look great against the Cowboys. So also in my playoff observations, just kind of looking back at these playoffs and the teams that are in there, teams that are still in there, it made me realize that, okay, some of these teams that beat us, I get it, they were better. And then a couple of these teams that beat us, we should have beat them or could have beat them had we had just a little bit better defense. But that also leads me into this thing about the Carolina Panthers that I want to talk about. This issue with the Carolina Panthers, man, it's very interesting when you think about it. So the Carolina Panthers got they got a defensive coordinator they hired in February of 2023 by the name of Ejiro Evero. I think it's Ejiro or I think it's Ejiro. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. But they hired him in 2023. And what I find to be in what's very interesting, I figured that this would be something that Cowboy fans would be interested in too. He was the defensive coordinator for the Broncos in 2022 before joining the Panthers. So he goes to the Panthers, and the Panthers defense, this is what happened when he got there. It says the Carolina Panthers defense dramatically improved from the 2024 season to the 2025 season. And this is why I'm saying with Jim Leonhard, I'm just wondering with Jim Leonhard, will it take him some time to get the defense to where he needs to be? Because it says here, he improved from 2024 season. It says going from last in the league, last in points, yards per play, to a middle of the pack unit, ranking 19th points allowed versus 32nd, and 16th in total yards by the end of 2025, showing significant growth under defensive coordinator Ejiro Evero. I'm telling you now, this would be if Jaden Justin, if the Cowboys could get this performance in the first season under a Jim Leonhard, we'd be good. We'd be good to go. I think we would. I think you make the playoffs if you go from last to 19th in points allowed and 16th in total yards. If we could get that out of Jim Leonhard, that would be incredible. It really would. Now, understand, it took him a whole year to get there, though. It took him a whole year to get there. But this last season, they extended him 2 years after this, after the playoff game. My understanding is he got extended an additional 2. Points allowed, he improved to 19th. That's a massive jump. And that's why I say, man, jumping from 32 to 20, man, y'all better understand how big of a jump that is. Total yards, ranked 12th. Rushing, 14th. Passing, 10th. Third down, tied for 13th. I mean, this was a huge jump. I mean, if we could get that from Jim Leonhard, but we're talking about we would want that from Jim Leonhard this season. Man, that would be incredible. But it took him a season to get here. It says the defense led by coordinator Ejiro transformed from the league's worst to a respectable unit by midseason and until the year's end is noted by a significant power ranking boost and shutout performances. Yeah, they beat us. They beat us. So, you know, that if that don't give us hope, I don't know what will. But bringing in Jim Leonhard, if Jim Leonhard could come in and just get us there, oh, wow. That would be incredible for this team. It really would. That'd be incredible for this team. Yeah, Angel Eyes, you know, commenting on Pittsburgh again. Pittsburgh's defense just got tired. They did. Angel, they got tired. They really did. They got tired. And they just finally just gave up at the end. But I'm telling us, Nick Burston, what's going on? If we could get if Jim Leonhard could come in and do this for the Cowboys this season, because we got to get it this season. Niecy, what's going on? Better late than never. We got to get him. We got to get him to this point. You know, if we can get him, I mean, because really, no matter who the Cowboys hire as their DC, they got to hit the ground running. There's no excuses. And Brian Schottenheimer is going to have to understand the assignment. You don't know what to expect this season out of Leonard, because it seems like he is going to be the favorite. So you're going to have to pick up a lot of the slack, man. You are. Got to pick up a lot of the slack. You got to do what you can do. You're going to have to do what you can do until you can see exactly what he is. All right, so let's switch gears. Man, I don't know what this is. I'm so confused on the Donovan Ezeraku thing. I don't know what's going on. Says he was arrested over the weekend. It says DPS witnessed a vehicle being operated recklessly on the southbound lanes of the Dallas North Tollway just before midnight on Saturday. The trooper initiated a traffic stop to investigate, and the driver identified as Ezeraku. Man, this don't even seem real. I don't know what this is. He don't strike me as that kind of dude, but it is what it is. And it doesn't seem to be any details on it. I'm not sure I don't even know what this means. I mean, I don't even know what this means. Was he speeding? Was he weaving through traffic? Was he, I don't know what it means. All I know is he got arrested. So, it's during the off season. I mean, what are the Cowboys going to do about it? I'm pretty sure it's something that's just going to go away. But Donovan Ezeraku just needs to be careful going forward. That's all I can tell you. If y'all got any more insight on it, let me know. Because I really don't even understand what's going on with this Donovan Ezeraku thing. Just somewhat of a blemish, but I don't know what it really means. Angel I said, gee, ultimately, I believe some coaches don't really want to go to Dallas because of Jerry. Angel, you know what? You and Tatiana, you say you agree. I'm not agreeing. I don't agree on this. I don't think that's the case. I think coaches want to go to Dallas. Why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you want to go to Dallas? I mean, I wouldn't want to go to Dallas if I want to get paid. That would be one of the reasons why I wouldn't want to go to Dallas. But why wouldn't I want to go to Dallas? You win in Dallas, you write your own ticket. Look at Dan Quinn. You win in Dallas, you're writing your own ticket. I'm telling you now. Why would you not want to go to Dallas, especially right now? Let's think about right now. Why would you not want to go to Dallas? Top 3 quarterback. Best offense in the league. Offense totally solidified for the most part. You know they're going to score points for the most part. And all you got to do to be successful with this Dallas Cowboy team, you don't even have to get them to a top 5 defense. If you can come in and get this Dallas defense to somewhere around 15 to 20, you're going to write your own ticket. You're writing your own ticket. You will be a head coach in this league if you turn around this Dallas Cowboys defense and help this Dallas Cowboys defense get into the playoffs. And why wouldn't you want to come here? It's a great place to live. The cost of living is great. And even if you don't get paid what you get paid somewhere else, because there is no state tax, you're still going to come out better in the long run. I don't believe the notion when people say people don't want to play nor coach in Dallas. I don't believe that. Because most people who meet Jerry Jones will tell you they love Jerry Jones after coaching for him and playing for him. You get very few people who are bitter. You get a few. I won't even bring those people up so they can remain innocent. But no, I think they do want to coach in Dallas. And if I'm a coach right now and I'm looking at what I'm seeing with the Cowboys and I'm watching Jerry Jones in desperation mode, I absolutely want to come coach in Dallas. And the reason why is I know Jerry's going to get that next DC. He's going to get him players. I don't know if y'all realize this. Jerry's in desperation mode. This is the best thing that could ever happen for the Dallas Cowboy fan base and the Dallas Cowboys team. Jerry's desperate right now. Jerry wants to win bad. And I mean bad. Jerry wants to win bad. Jerry's going to do everything he can do. He's going to get the players. We can book it. Jerry's going to get the players. Jerry's going to get the players. We're going to talk about that in free agency in just a moment. But if I'm a defense coordinator, oh no, I want to come to Dallas right now. Jerry's in desperation mode. There is no doubt about it. Nisi said, it's the offseason. We can't make it without an arrest. Nisi. Donovan Ezraku is just earning his stripes as a true Dallas Cowboy. Donovan Ezraku is earning his stripes up in this thing, y'all. Donovan Ezraku said, I'm officially a Dallas Cowboy. Ron Bowski said, Carolina has so many down years recently. They've got plenty of dogs on that roster. All they've been needing was a competent coaching staff. Bryce, they might smartly front load it, and they may smartly front load and pay them. Yeah, you know what? If I'm them, I'm looking for a quarterback, though. Tatiana, I think Rico's going to be a free agent again, too. Jerry Golden said, I think Cowboys have a better chance for Flores than you think because you're going to like Texas more than the weather in Baltimore, and it's a much higher profile team. Larry, let me tell you something. If I'm Brian, I want to get on the stage in Dallas. If I'm Brian Flores, I want to get on the stage in Dallas. I do. I want to get on the stage in Dallas. Ron Hanna said, I'm hearing Dallas wants Jim Leonard. I personally want, if we can get them, Flores 1, Schwartz 2, Joseph 3. One of them change the defense immediately, in my opinion. That's why I am too, Ron Hanna. Because I'm just telling us, and I'm not, this is negative against Jim Leonard. I'm just saying, if we get Jim Leonard, we're just going to have to understand, we're going to have to give him a year. I mean, it took Ejiro, it took him a year. We're going to have to give him a year. So we're going to have to take what comes with that. Jaden says, my point, G, if this team allowed 19 points per game, we'd have 12 or 13 wins. Yeah, Jaden Justin, it's funny you mentioned that because I already had that pulled up because I'm working on a video about that to give the Cowboy fans hope. Angel said, I don't trust the police in Dallas. It seems like a made-up story. It's weird. That's all I can tell you. I don't know what to tell you, Angel. It's weird. I live over here. It's weird. Nisa said, is Joe Witt Jr. going to college to coach? Stop following Dan Quinn. He ain't loyal. You ain't lying. You ain't lying. Woo-wee. KH, they want, wait a minute. KH said he was arrested while hurrying to church, G. I thought he got arrested at midnight. Tatiana said them coaches want to get paid, G. Yeah. Now, if they want to get paid, they might not want to come here. Yeah, I'm telling them, me and Mike T, everybody love Jerry. Man, once they beat Jerry, everybody love Jerry, man. Everybody love Jerry. All right, guys. Hey, Marvin Mays. What up, Marvin Mays? He says, the best show on the net. I appreciate you. He said, I'm a trucker and I'm always tuned in, but I can't always comment. Yes, sir. God bless you on the road. Let me see. K.A. said, G, you know you're my man, but let's be real. No non-yes man has a chance with you. He said, no, yes. He said, no non-yes man has a chance with Jughead Jerry. I'm just laughing because you called him Jughead Jerry. He said, love for Jerry's politics talk. You know that, man. It seems like everybody loves Jerry, man. Everybody seems to love Jerry. Oh, man. Let me see here. Nisi said, Jerry can't get upset at the team if he doesn't go all in with that defense. That includes coaches. Yeah, I agree. Angel said, GD, they don't feel like they'll get anywhere if they coach here. Jerry has a tendency to get one without the other. Players, no coach, no players. Hey, you know what I'm hoping this year, Angel? I'm hoping this season they're going to get it right. Chanel said, reckless driving, G, is 20 miles over posted speed limit. Easy want to see how fast his car can go. Ain't no telling what kind of car he driving. Hey, Jerome Miller said, Jordan Love is Green Bay's problem. I agree with you. Another one of those David Mulugeta deals. All right, let's switch gears. Since let's see, I'm gonna use Tatiana like I used Jaden as a segue. Tatiana will segue into Trayvon Diggs. Trayvon Diggs. Miss Matrix, I'm going to be honest with you. I had high hopes for Trayvon Diggs. Y'all remember, if y'all don't remember, I told my sister, Miss Matrix, I said if Trayvon Diggs balls out for the next 2 games, I was going to buy her a Trayvon Diggs jersey on the next team he appeared on after this season. And I'll be honest with you, Miss Matrix. Hey, and don't y'all worry, the stuff that I talked about, the hoodie giveaways, I'm a man of my word. I'm still gonna do that too. I've been y'all gotta forgive me. I had some things going on, but I'm gonna get caught up on that. And I'll be notifying y'all pretty soon. But Miss Major, let me tell you about me. I was actually going to let you slide on the first game that Trayvon Diggs played for the Green Bay Packers. I had put it in my heart. I had put it in my heart, like Daniel said. I purposed in my heart. I said, if Trayvon Diggs balls out in the playoff game, I'm going to still get Miss Matrix that Trayvon Diggs jersey on the next team he wind up on. And I'll be doggone, Miss Matrix. Trayvon Diggs played 1 solitary snap. 1 snap for the Green Bay Packers. And let me tell you something. Did I not tell y'all this? I always have to remind you because I talk a lot. I say a lot of things. I always have to remind you. Did I not tell y'all this league will speak on you? Did I not tell y'all this? There were people out there who were talking about, oh, Zeke, he ain't washed. Zeke is going to go to the Los Angeles Chargers. And he's going to prove to the Dallas Cowboys that he's not washed. And he's really going to do that. Chargers didn't even play him. Chargers didn't even play him. And the thing that has everybody baffled on Trayvon Diggs. Let me pull this up. Let me make it smaller so we don't get a copyright strike on it. Hold on. We'll blow it up just a little bit so we don't get a copyright strike. And how they impacted their... All right, let's see, turn the audio off. Back as a defense. I'm trying to turn the audio off. All right. What nobody can understand on this Trayvon Diggs play, Miss Matrix, maybe you can make sense of this. Because nobody else could make sense of it. When you watch this play, nobody can understand what Trayvon Diggs did. All right. So let's watch this play again. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at it. Now y'all can see it. All right, I'm looking at it. Now look at this play. Somebody make sense of this. I don't know what he's doing. So this is Trayvon Diggs right here. And I think this may be one of the reasons why the Green Bay Packers didn't play him. Is because Diggs isn't what he thinks he is. I think this is the truth. Look at this. Nobody can understand why did he bail on that play? Why does Diggs bail on this play? What is this? Why did Diggs bail on the play? He's not even reading. He doesn't even take the time to look at the release. I mean, he bails rather than. I don't understand this play by Trayvon. I'm thinking this is why he didn't play in the game. They watched him, guys. I'm telling y'all, they watched Trayvon Diggs in practice. Look at this. This makes absolutely no sense. What is he doing? He bailed out of the play. Miss Majors, I'm telling you, I was going to give you the benefit of the doubt and say, hey, okay, we're going to give him one more game. I don't even understand what he's doing right here. I'm telling you, I think this is the reason why he didn't play. I really think this is the reason why he only played one snap. I told y'all this league will speak on you. This league will speak on you, man. And this is why I want Dallas to stop doing this what I talked about early on in the show. I don't want the Cowboys no more drafting injured players. Let's stop trying to bring in all of these doggone genie in the bottle, X first round, X second round, but they can run a 2.5 or a 40. I don't want no more of those players. Limit those genie in a bottle moments. I don't want the Cowboys to bring in no more of this type of stuff. Trying to catch these, because see, let's just think about us. We bring in a player like Trayvon Diggs. Let's just say we didn't have Trayvon Diggs. We'll bring in Trayvon Diggs and say, hey, man, he's an X first round. I want y'all to imagine this. Let's go into dreamland just for a moment. Let's go into dreamland one more time. I want to make sure I get that sound in there. Let's go into dream world just for a moment. Let's imagine that we didn't draft Trayvon Diggs. Let's just imagine it. Let's imagine another team drafted Trayvon Diggs. First round. Trayvon Diggs, big contract, hurt most of that contract. All of a sudden, he gets healthy or he professes that he's healthy. The Cowboys go get Trayvon Diggs. Rather than doing what the Green Bay Packers did, the Dallas Cowboys would have played Trayvon Diggs almost the entire season. We take a player like Trayvon Diggs and we say, we're going to give him almost the entire season. Kyrie Elam, anybody? Kenneth Murray Jr., anybody? We bring in these types of players. Because at the end of the day, Trayvon Diggs is damaged goods. Diggs is damaged goods. And I'm telling you what happened to Trayvon Diggs. They saw what Trayvon Diggs was in practice. And they said he wasn't ready. Because I'm telling y'all right now, you're fooling yourself if you think that Trayvon Diggs balled out all week long in practice for the Green Bay Packers. And the Green Bay Packers says, well, we know he balled out, but we're just going to save him for next year. And no, it's the playoffs. You want the best players out there. I'm telling you what happened with Trayvon Diggs. They watched that game that he played. They watched him in practice. And then when you watch the one play, man, Diggs is terrified out there. Diggs know he can't turn and run. And that's why he turned and ran so fast, because he doesn't want to get beat. Just telling you. But I'm saying that to say, as we're still in dreamland, if that were the Cowboys, we would have kept playing a Trayvon Diggs player. The league speaks on players, guys, and I'm telling you they do. When the league speaks on players, you can take a chance on maybe one player. But when they show you that they are what they are, man, you quickly move off that nonsense and don't do what the Cowboys do. And we are back to reality. All right. That segment right there was for my sister, Miss Matrix, for anybody that's asking. That was for my sister, Miss Matrix. There was a jersey on the line, guys. I had to bring that in for my sister, Miss Matrix. Because I really thought, I really wanted to see Diggs ball out. I did. I wanted to see if Diggs could really do it. But the Green Bay Packers are telling us about Trayvon Diggs, man. They really are. They told us about Diggs by not playing him. They saw him in practice and they realized, nah, it's not. We can't risk it. Terry Tatum, because I'm telling you now, yeah, they couldn't risk it. Terry Tatum, better late than never. Big Rambowski. He said Diggs only got one snap because Green Bay saw for themselves what he's about on week 17. And they said they'd be going on the other three cornerbacks. Exactly, man. Exactly. I mean, the league spoke on it. It's just bottom line. Bottom line. So I wish Diggs the best. I want Diggs to go out there, get his body. I said it before, I'll say it again. Diggs, go out there and get your body together, man. Get your body 100% healthy. Continue your rehab. Go out there, continue your rehab. And, Cowboys the Cowboys have already cut you. Get your body ready to go. There'll be teams that are going to give Diggs an opportunity. Guarantee you they're going to give Diggs an opportunity. Diggs will get his chance next season. He needs to capitalize on it. Go out there and get your body together. Angel said, Trayvon went to another team and did the same thing, like I knew he was going to do. I actually low-key was hoping that he proved me wrong. I was too. I was really hoping that he was going to prove me wrong. Diggs, Mike Smooth, what up? Smooth said Diggs is trash. Chanel, I had to bring up Diggs, man. That was for my sister, Miss Matrix. She had a jersey on the line. That's why I brought that up. We ain't going to be talking about Diggs for the rest of the year. I had to bring up Diggs. I definitely had to bring up Diggs because, like I said, my sister had a jersey on the line. And again, the league done spoke. The league done spoke out on him. And so it is what it is. But I'm hoping Diggs go out there, gets his body together, and go out there and do well next coming up season. All right. So we've already kind of talked about the coaching candidates. But let's go over here anyway to 105.3 The Fan. Listen to them for a moment. Let's see how much they're hating on the Cowboys as they talk about the coaching issue. But I'm telling this right now as we continue to talk about who could the Cowboys get at the coaching position, we're just going to have to understand that we're not going to be able to have this conversation next year as it applies to the defense coordinator. Whatever coordinator we get next, we're just going to have to give them we're just going to have to give them 2 years, man. I mean, bottom line. So I'm saying all that to say, we got to hit on this coach, man. We absolutely have to hit on the next coach. Bottom line. We have to hit on the next coach. We're not going to get to do this again. We don't get to every time something doesn't turn out to say, yeah, we're going to get us another defense. You can't keep getting defensive coordinators. This one has got to hit no matter what. No matter what. And if he don't hit in 2026, then he going to have to hit in 2027. Because you just can't keep doing this. All right, let me see here. Okay, it's Cody Alexander. I don't know who this is. Let's see if he says anything interesting about this Cowboys coaching search.
Alexander. He's a good follow on Twitter at @the_coach_A. And matchquarters.com, a defensive think tank here. And here is the guy, Cody Alexander. Good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Doing great. Thanks for having me on.
Man, thanks for joining us. So how would you answer this question? How much better could the Cowboys have been defensively with more optimized game plan and coaching?
I do think that there is some wiggle room for them to have been a little bit better than what they were. I mean, they lost pretty much their powerhouse in Micah Parsons, which we kind of knew that. I thought there were a lot of problems in the secondary that typically when you get a lot of problems in the secondary, primarily focused on communication, a lot of that has to go with coaching, but the talent probably wasn't there where they wanted it, but it could have probably been a lot better than it was.
Where did Matt Eberflus go most wrong? And what do you think overall about his approach to trying to get this thing figured out?
Well, I look at him in a sense of kind of, you guys aren't the Houston Texans. Houston Texans don't want to do very much. They pretty much have the least diverse defense, but they have a bunch of athletes that line up correctly. They run and hit. They do multiple different things. It looks simple, but there's nuance to it. I think what happened here is a lot of zone cover 3, which if you ask any offensive coordinator at any level of football, that's the coverage they want to see, with a very a change-up of cover 2, Tampa 2 based. This style has kind of been old, and you could see it was kind of getting older as the NFL meta has kind of flipped defensively and offensively really within the last 5 years.
So when you're looking now at the coordinators that the Cowboys have already shown interest in, like the Jim Leonards and Jones and Edo, or the Cleveland Browns coach as well, who do you like? Like, what's the good fit here to try and marry the personnel? They might have a lot of turnover with the personnel room as well, but is there a candidate that you think should lead the charge?
Well, I know that a lot of people around here wanted Brian Flores, and if that's the style of play that they want, the ultra aggressive and then playing a lot of zone, I think really people need to understand that defense is a paradox in the sense that it is the most aggressive across the board. It's about 50% blitz rate across the board. Doesn't matter down and distance. But then they're also going to run almost 80% zone. And so that, to a lot of people, I think, is a little bit odd. So it's very much a stylistic choice to go that route. I think Jim Leonard is a great choice. He's he's former NFL player. He's a Rex Ryan guy. On top of
Now, let's understand what he's saying about Brian Flores. I catch what he's doing. He obviously likes Jim Leonard, who, man, you can't make this stuff up. Jim Leonard is an unproven coach. This is not a knock on Jim Leonard. I'm just telling you the truth. Brian Flores is a proven commodity. He did it in Miami. He did it in Minnesota. Now, he's saying that defense is a paradox. He's saying that defense is, in a sense, it's almost like it's not realistic that everybody can run it, in a sense. Because he's saying that it's 50% blitz no matter what the situation is, no matter what the down and distance is, plays a lot of zone. So he's basically saying that defense puts a tremendous amount of pressure on the team that runs that particular type of defense. That's what he's saying. Puts a tremendous amount of pressure on the defense itself. But let's think on this. This is the part that I think he's being disingenuous with. But when you blitz 50% of the time, you also put a tremendous, and I mean you put a megaton bomb type of pressure on that offense. Let's not just throw Brian Flores in the trash talking about his defense as a paradox. Let's not throw that defense in the trash like it's something that everybody can't do and all of these. No, don't be disingenuous throwing Brian Flores in the trash so that you can talk up who you think, because it is, guys, I'm not saying this in a negative manner. But let's not disrespect Vance Joseph, Brian Flores, Jim Schwartz by getting their understudies thinking they're going to be those coaches. Man, they got their own minds too. They may absolutely disagree with some of the things that Brian Flores, Vance Joseph, Jim Schwartz. We don't know what they're going to run. You can't bring in Jim Leonard and say, okay, now do what Vance Joseph did. Don't work like that. Don't work like that to tell Leonard to do what Joseph did. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm already getting a little skeptical because when you start telling me he's from the Rex Ryan coaching tree, shoot, you already got me skeptical. You already got me skeptical when you start talking about when you start talking about this man being from the Rex Ryan coaching tree. I'm struggling when you start talking like that. I'm struggling straight up. I don't want to hear, man. You want to turn a coach off for me? Start telling me he from a certain coaching tree. Tell me he from the Rex Ryan coaching tree. I'm done. I'm telling you right there. You tell me he from the Rex Ryan coaching tree? Man, I want to hear you tell me he's from the Spagnola coaching tree. Somebody like that. When you tell me he from that coaching tree, man, I'm feeling real good. I don't want to hear nothing about no darn Rex Ryan. I don't want to hear nothing about no Rex Ryan. And again, when you start using this language, talking about Brian Flores like you just like writing Brian Flores off like he not that. Man, Brian Flores is that, bro. Brian Flores is that. When he come into the room, Brian Flores is going to demand respect. He gonna demand respect. I'm gonna tell you why. Think about this. Cowboys hire Brian Flores. You don't think players get on the phone? Hey man, what's up with Brian Flores? Yada yada yada. Hey, how much you bet players gonna tell him he don't play? That's exactly what I want to hear. He don't play. He this, he that. Brian Flores puts a tremendous, and this is one of the reasons why I think the Cowboys need a coach like him. Brian Flores, he puts a tremendous amount of pressure on an organization. He puts a tremendous amount of pressure on a head coach. He puts a tremendous amount of pressure on the players on his own defense, and he puts a whole lot of pressure on the opposing offense. That's what you want. Brian Flores, you saw it with the Cowboys. You saw it with the Lions. You saw every team that played Brian Flores down the stretch. Tell me a team that Brian Flores' defense didn't play where the quarterback, you could tell that the quarterback himself felt that sense of urgency because of the tremendous amount of pressure that Brian Flores puts on an offense. Now, that's what you want, because why? Pressure either creates diamonds or it bursts pipes. That's why you want Brian Flores. That's why you want Brian Flores. Brian Flores becomes your DC. He not only immediately commands the respect of your own team, he demands the respect of the opposing teams that you play. Because let me tell you why Brian Flores' defense is scary. You want to know why his defense is scary? Because you know what he's going to run, and you still can't stop it. That is the problem with the Brian Flores defense. Brian Flores defense, it's predictable. You know what he's running. The problem is you can beat it, but it requires a heck of a lot of practice. You got to work. Like Rihanna said, you got to work. If you're going to stop Brian Flores, you got to work. Your quarterback, he's going to have to step at least another 2 steps back in the shotgun. You got to be prepared to run shotgun the entire game. You got to be ready you got to get your 11 and 12 personnel. You got to have the tight ends on point. They got to make the right pickups. Your running back, he's going to have to make some pickups. You might have to line up an offensive lineman in the backfield. You may have to line up a tight end in the backfield. Your wide receivers, they're going to have to be ready for the quick slants. They're going to have to be ready for the wide receiver screens. You're going to have to practice your screen game. You're going to have to practice your sweep game. You got to do so many things that when you go up against Brian Flores, it is a pressure cooker playing against Brian Flores. Ask every team that played him this season. It's a pressure cooker. He's one of those, his scheme, and especially when you get him the players, his scheme and the players, And his scheme is designed to where Brian Flores can play. He can actually use players that may not be as good as some other players. Because Brian makes it simple. Rush the quarterback. I mean, it's that simple. Rush the quarterback, play zone. He puts pressure. Flores puts pressure on teams, even when you know what he's doing. That's what makes Brian Flores so frustrating. Even when you know what he's doing. He's still hard to stop. You can beat cover zero. It just requires a lot of practice. I mean, it takes a lot of practice, man. And we saw team after team after team. And the thing that makes Brian Flores so utterly dangerous, blitzing 50% of the time, man, that puts tremendous pressure on a team. That puts tremendous pressure on a team. Because you know at any moment, okay, this dude can blitz. This dude can absolutely run cover zero right now. That right there messes with your mental game, man. It messes with your mental game. It makes you keep one of your weapons off the field running that 11, 12 personnel, 13 personnel sometimes. I mean, the things that you have to do to beat Brian Flores, he's a pressure cooker. And I'm telling us right now, any team that gets Brian Flores, shoot, you watch what I tell you. The Dallas Cowboys ain't Brian Flores defense. Bears, I can tell you exactly why the Vikings didn't make the playoffs. Their offense. It's simple. J.J. McCarthy was awful. J.J. McCarthy was awful. This is a very simple question to answer. And it's a great point. I guess you could say it's a great point. But in the grand scheme of things, it's easy to answer. Man, J.J. McCarthy this dude was terrible. Man, this dude got Justin Jefferson out here looking average this season. J.J. McCarthy got Justin Jefferson looking average. Dak Prescott isn't average. You give Dak Prescott Brian Flores' defense. You give Dak Prescott Brian Flores' defense. Book it. We're going to the Super Bowl. You can book it. I'm telling you now, Brian Flores is a Super Bowl level coach with the right offense. Man, you don't even have to give Brian Flores the Dallas Cowboys offense. You could give Brian Flores a top 15 offense. They're going deep in the playoffs because that defense is a pressure cooker and everybody knows it. Hey, I'm not gonna take away from Jim Leonard, but the issue is none of us know what Jim Leonard is. We're hoping on what Jim Leonard is. That's all we're doing. We know what he can do. Those who can, they do. Those who can't, they teach. We don't know what he's going to be. But I can tell you this, he's going to have to be whatever we need him to be because there are no more chances. And this is why I say, hey, I don't want to hear no excuses about Jim Leonard. Jim got to come in and hit the ground running. Jim got to come in and hit the ground running. But I'm telling you now, hey, he can want, we're going to listen to him with Jim Leonard. You can want Jim Leonard all you want to, and that's great. And I'm not opposed to the Cowboys getting Leonard. But I'm telling us right now, for him to try to downplay Brian Flores and try to make it sound like, oh, well, not everybody can. Basically, so what he's saying is that may not fit the Cowboys. It may not fit the Cowboys because the Cowboys might, they might can't do it. Why can't they do it? Why can't they do it? Brian Flores' defenses, I'm telling you, they put a tremendous amount of pressure on teams, and everybody knows it. I guarantee you the preparation for playing a Brian Flores defense, I bet you is nerve-wracking. Imagine being an offensive coordinator trying to prepare for a coach that's going to blitz you 50% of the time. Imagine preparing for that. It's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. And had he had the right offense, and this is one of the reasons why I think he wants to get out of Minnesota, J.J. McCarthy. How in the world you got Justin Jefferson out there looking average? Man, Justin Jefferson looked average this year because of JJ. JJ McCarthy was terrible all season long, except against the Dallas Cowboys. Chanel said, G, the thing with Flores is when your offensive coordinator changes, he will also change. Flores calls evolve according to the offensive scheme. This is the thing prehistoric Eberflus could not do. Chanel, I'm telling you, for this dude to be, oh, yeah, it's a paradox, and yeah, I know people want Flores, but Flores ain't nah, bro. You don't get to come on the radio and say that about Flores. If anything, you just need to say Brian Flores is great, but the Cowboys may not be able to get Brian Flores. That right there sounds a lot better. But don't come and try to be disingenuous and low key just try, Brian Flores did no. And then when you start talking about Jim Leonard, the whole tone of your voice changes, and we don't even know what Jim Leonard is in the grand scheme of things just yet. That's not his defense that they're running, guys. That is Vance Joseph defense. And I'm telling us, we don't need to be disrespecting Vance Joseph either, thinking that because he's from the Vance Joseph tree, that he's going to be Vance Joseph. No, we got to let this man's work stand on his own. Let's see what this man does before we even start putting him in the conversation with Vance Joseph. We can hope that some of the things from Vance Joseph have rubbed off on him. But I got a strange feeling. He got his own way of doing things too. Let's see if they work.
That he worked under Wilcox, who's a very well-respected coach within the college ranks, who's also kind of tied to Aranda. So a lot of these like defensive kind of people who are smart, people that really like what the scheme that they're doing, he's been injected into that. And then obviously with the Vance Joseph and kind of learning that Wade Phillips front structure with all the ways that they can do things in the back end, I think he makes a lot of sense in terms of like looking forward and kind of being a little bit more on the kind of complex side.
Cody, I'm going to give you the opportunity to be a general manager here, and I want you to give me 2 or 3 questions you would ask.
So what this guy just said is something, just think about what he's saying. He's basically saying that he thinks that Jim Leonard's way of doing things may be easier for the Cowboys in a sense. That it may actually fit more of what they want to do. I don't understand what he's saying. I get Brian Flores because I want to win a championship. That's why I get Brian Flores. I get Brian Flores because I look at what he's done. And that defense, no matter what anyone says, that defense is proven. It is not his fault that Minnesota didn't make the playoffs. Flores did his thing, man. Flores did his thing. That defense, I'm telling you, that offense was atrocious, man. It's just the bottom line. It's the bottom line. And I'm telling you, man, when a guy like Brian Flores comes onto your team, he doesn't just command the respect of your team, your players. He commands the respect of the players that the teams that you play against, because they already know it's about to be a long day. They know it's about to be a long day. Brian Flores, look at this. I don't know. I mean, the question was asked, why is Brian Flores not in the playoffs? I'm going to give you the answer. It's right here. I'm going to give you the answer. EPA, 3rd best in the league. Total yards allowed, 7th best in the league. Points allowed, 5th best in the league. Total yards per play, 9th in the league. 3rd down conversion percent, 4th best in the league. Sacks and pressure strong, top 5 to 10. Put some respect on this man's name. You want to ask why he's not in the playoffs? I'm going to give you the answer. Put some respect on this man's name. This man, Brian Flores, is not the reason why the Minnesota Vikings.
Put some respect on my name. You understand me? When y'all say my name, put some respect on it.
Put some respect on this man's name. Did y'all hear what this man just tried to do? This is the kind of stuff that just gets under my skin. Bro, Jim Leonard may be a great coach. I think Jim Leonard is going to do some great things. But don't you in your life try to downplay Brian Flores to lift up Leonard. Stop it. Put some respect on this man's name.
Respect on my name. You understand me? When y'all say my name, put some respect on it.
If you want to say that you don't think that that'll fit what the Dallas Cowboys want to do, say that. But don't you come up in here, oh, yeah, that defense is a paradox. You know what he's saying? Yeah, because that might not work for everybody. Oh, but Jim Leonard's defense, you don't even know what Jim Leonard's defense is in the pros. I'm telling y'all right now, these coaches, they coach in college and they look great. They come to the pros and they get showed up. You don't get the selection of players in college like you do in the pros. Man, you are battling attrition. You are battling drafts, free agency. The players that you have, it's not the same in the pros. Man, in college, you can go out there and get those blue chip prospects, 4-star, 5-star players. You can go out there and do that stuff. It's different. And I'm telling us. I'm laughing at this dude, man. Hey, you know what? I'm all for the Cowboys getting Leonard. But don't you in your life come on here and start trying to downplay Brian Flores. That's blasphemy for me. Chanel said, when the team tried to beat Flores cover 0, he was switched to a different coverage. Disguised the defense to confuse the quarterback. Employed rattle plug defenders to take away quick throws. Chanel, he did it to the Cowboys. We saw him do it to the Cowboys. We saw it firsthand. We watched him do it to the Cowboys. Man, you better put some respect. Better put some respect on this dude's name. I understand you like Jim Leonard. You can tell. I told y'all before, we all have biases. I understand it. But let's be a little bit objective, bro. You don't have to try to make it like Brian Flores is doing something that's an anomaly and like the Cowboys can't do it. Man, I think this Cowboys team could have did it. I ain't buying this stuff, man. Put some respect on this man's name. The doggone respect on this man's name. And again, Baz, I answered your question. When you look at these numbers and when you look at the tape, I can answer for you unequivocally why this man didn't make it to the playoffs. Because those stats right there, those are playoff stats. Doggone offense is why he didn't make it. And that's one of the reasons why he wanted to get out of Minnesota. Y'all don't think Minnesota is trying to keep Brian Flores? They trying to keep Brian Flores. Shoot, Brian Flores want to get out of there. Because Brian Flores don't think he can win. I don't think he can win with J.J. McCarthy. And this is why, one of the reasons why I'm telling you, the Cowboys, outside of pay, which I think they might pay him the $4 million that he wants. Or pay him $4 million to be the coach here. Brian Flores, same reason why Matt Eberflus said he came here. Dak Prescott. Well, Matt Eberflus, Dak Prescott did his part. You didn't do yours. All right, Big Rumbowski. He said, and because Flores' contract is up with Minnesota, let's get this back on the screen. He's also the sole defensive candidate that won't cost the team that signs him any draft picks or other compensation. Oh, boy, Rumbowski, you just made a crazy point right there. That is a crazy point. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Won't cost anything for the Cowboys to get him. Just be straight up, straight across, straight up. So, again, I don't have a problem with the Cowboys getting Jim Leonard, but I just all want us to understand something. Man, we need to put some respect on these guys' name and not be expecting these guys to be these coaches that they are coming from. Because I'm going to tell you something, man, this stuff is easy until you do it. Man, I'm going to tell you, I can remember in my young years trying to first break into management. And I would work up under worked up under a great sales manager. And I'm like, I can do the same things that he did. Man, I had to quickly figure out something. It wasn't until I started doing things my way that I was actually able to have success. Because coming in trying to be him and people expecting me to be him, that's what got me in trouble. I had to find my own way of doing things. But I've seen other people who do the same thing, They look at somebody and say, oh, yeah, they say, oh, he worked under him, so let's bring him in and he'll do this and he'll do this, only to find out he was nowhere near what that guy was. We don't know how sometimes guys feel about people. So, again, Leonard, hey, you know what? People like Leonard. I like what I hear. I got to see it. I got to see him do it. But with Brian Flores, shoot. Ain't got to worry about Brian Flores. I don't have to worry about Brian Flores. I know what Brian Flores is going to be. And again, Christian Legal, you make a point, but you got to understand the point you're making isn't really valid from this perspective. That defense in Denver is not, and let me repeat, that defense in Denver is not Jim Leonard's defense. That defense in Denver belongs to Vance Joseph. That's why I say, Christian Legal, no disrespect to you or anybody else, but can we put some respect on Vance Joseph's name? We got to put some respect on this man's name. Let's stop expecting Jim Leonard to do what Vance Joseph has done. Man, Vance Joseph is years in the game. Vance Joseph has failed, succeeded. Vance Joseph got skins on the wall. He done put the work in, man. To expect Jim Leonard to come in and be Vance Joseph, we're going to be sadly disappointed. I'm just telling us right now, we're going to be disappointed if we're wanting him to be Vance Joseph. The only way you get Vance Joseph is you get Vance Joseph. Bottom line. That's the only way you get Vance Joseph. We don't know how he thinks yet. He don't think like Vance Joseph. Because Vance Joseph is Vance Joseph. Man, we got to see what Leonard's going to be. I'm all for the Cowboys getting him, and he sounds great. I've looked him up. He sounds great. But I'm not going to disrespect Vance Joseph. I'm not even giving Jim Leonard credit for... I'm going to give Jim Leonard credit for Vance Joseph's defense. What? I wish I would. That would be like giving Durante Jones credit for Brian Flores' defense. I'm not giving Durante Jones credit for Brian Flores' defense. Durante Jones is on the staff. That don't mean Durante Jones is Brian Flores. We got to see what he is without Brian Flores. Got to see what he is. I'm not buying it. I'm not telling you that Jim Leonard's not going to be a good coach or a great coach. Man, he might be the best coach since sliced bread. But, man, we got to put some respect on these guys' name. This dude is not going to be Vance Joseph because Vance Joseph is Vance Joseph. If you want Vance Joseph, get Vance Joseph. If you want some of the concepts, if you want somebody like Vance Joseph, somebody who might be able to do some things like Vance Joseph, well, then you get somebody off his staff. But to think that people are going to come off these guys' staff and beat them, man, you're going to be fine. You're going to find out very quickly. These guys don't think like those guys. Because if they thought like those guys, they'd already be defensive coordinators, and they would already be doing certain things. So, Nisi said, whoever the DC better not keep Dono and Hooker. I agree with you. I absolutely agree with you. They're gonna have to give him some. They're gonna have to give him some better players. Rose is in this thing. What up, Rose? Rose said, "What 105.3 has always been underlying BS going on. I listen to them to that extent." Yeah, man. Because, man, I'm laughing at this stuff. I mean, hey, you know what? You can talk a guy up without having to even bring up. You can talk a guy up, but don't you dare in your life come up in here and start trying to discount and take these backhand shots at Brian Flores. Yeah, his defense is a paradox. What? Stop it. Stop it. Everybody knows Brian Flores should be a head coach. Everybody knows. Had it not been for that Tua Tagovailoa stuff and them asking him to tank, everybody knows, man, Brian Flores would have been a Super Bowl winning. He would have been a head coach. Christian Legal, you're still making my point. He had Sam Darnold last year. How many games they win? Help me out. Christian Legal, help me out. Because I know what he's been. I know what he's been. Brian Flores has been the one consistent thing in Minnesota. Now, we got to put some respect on this man's name. I'm not letting us do it. I'm not letting us discount Brian Flores in no shape, form, or fashion. With all due respect to y'all. I'm not letting nobody discount Brian Flores because I'm telling us, man, Brian Flores has been him. Let me see if I can pull this thing. I had a whole expose on Brian Flores. I can't remember where it is now. But I just didn't expect somebody trying to downplay Brian Flores the way this dude is. Let me set this on the screen for a moment for my man Christian Legal. Let me put this on the screen for you. There's a reason why this guy is up for a head coaching job. Let's put some respect on this man's name once again. He's not the reason. I can tell you that. This man's defense, 17th in 2023. Second in 2024. What? This man's defense was better last year. This man keeps doing this. This man is second last year, and he's third this year. And let's understand something, Christian Legal, because you got me. I got to dig in my bag on this. I got to dig in my bag on this because you asking me about these things. And again, I don't have no problems with Leonard because I want you to understand. I'm gonna give Leonard. I'm gonna give Leonard whatever, and at the same time, I don't know if I can give him his due because we don't know what he is yet. We're watching him up under Vance Joseph. We don't know what he is yet. But since you ask about Brian Flores, well, hold on a second. Let's go back in time for a second. Let's go back in time for a second and see if we can get to the bottom of this thing. Excuse me. Let's get to the bottom of this thing. Minnesota Vikings in 2024. Let's see if we can go back. Minnesota Vikings in 2024. I remember that game, but I want to make sure I look at it before I speak on it. Because he had Sam Darnold, as you said. Okay, hold on a second. So this would have been last year. Okay. Now, let me make sure I remember this game. Okay. So, Christian Legal, you said Sam Darnold. So, last year, I'm thinking the Minnesota Vikings won a ton of games. Hold on. I mean, since you asked me, hold on a second. Minnesota Vikings, I thought, won, 13 games last year? Thought they won like 13. Oh, 14 games. So they won 14 games, Christian Legal. They won 14 games, Sam Darnold, right? They were 14-3. So you asked the question, he had Sam Darnold last year. So they won 14 games with Sam Darnold. He wins 14 games with Sam Darnold. And how many games did he win this year with J.J. McCarthy? What was it? 8 games? I mean, since we're asking, I'm just going to answer the question. So they win 9 games this year with J.J. McCarthy. So let's really get to the nitty-gritty on this, Christian Legal. So y'all help me out. You win 14 games with Sam Darnold, and you go to the playoffs. You win 9 games with J.J. McCarthy, you don't go to the playoffs. But when I look at the defensive rank of Brian Flores in 2024 and 2025, so y'all tell me what changed. Was it because of Brian Flores they didn't go to the playoffs, or was it because they no longer had a good quarterback they didn't go to the playoffs? I got to go in my bag. Christian McGow, thank you. But I got to go in my bag on this. It's obvious what happened. The offense let them down. Sam Darnold was great last year, and then he got to the playoffs, and Sam Darnold turned back into a pumpkin. You don't believe me? Let's talk facts again. This is the playoff game. Last year against the Rams, if I'm not mistaken. This is the playoff game. January 13th, 2025, the wild card round. Let's look at what Brian Flores' defense actually gave up. Brian Flores' defense only gave up 202 yards. You're talking about with Puka Nacua, you're talking about with Matthew Stafford, you're talking about with I forgot the other wide receiver that they shipped out. But the Rams got a great offense. He held them to 202 passing yards. Tell me, could we have won a lot of games this year had we held a team to 200 yards passing? He held the Rams to only 9 yards rushing. He held a high-powered offense to 5.7 yards per play. They were 2 for 10 on third down. But when you look at the one thing they did, they were not able to cause, they didn't cause any fumbles, didn't cause any interceptions. Now, let's go to the other side of the ball, and let's see if this loss was on Brian Flores or was this loss on Sam Darnold. Because I'm telling you right now, this is the game of why the Minnesota Vikings didn't bring back Sam Darnold. Because had they, and again, I do think they want to bring back Sam Darnold. They want to bring him back at a cheaper price. But nevertheless, look at this game. This is Sam Darnold. Last game, 163 passing yards. How does Brian Flores overcome that? The Minnesota Vikings, 3.8 yards per play. They had a lot of first downs, 6 of 17 on third, 1 for 4 on fourth. They had 71 total plays. They had 9 sacks. So you ask yourself, how did they lose the game? 1 fumble, 1 interception. Ball game. Ball game. Right there. Ball game. Red down conversions, they were 0 for 1. Ball game. Ball game. The Rams played bend, don't break defense on them. Bend, don't break. Didn't let them get in the red zone. And all I'm telling you with everything that I'm saying is, Brian Flores is not the reason that they didn't progress in the playoffs last year, because he played great. The team played great in the playoffs. Their defensive record last year was incredible. They were second in the league overall last year. This league, they are third overall. What's the difference? Sam Darnold was not there this year's J.J. McCarthy. You go from 14-3 to 9-8. There's the explanation. Man.
Put some respect on my name.
Put some respect on this man, Brian Flores' name.
Put some respect on it.
All I'm saying is something simple. Man, we don't have to try and downplay Brian Flores the way this guy tried to downplay Brian Flores, talking about it's a paradox and it's this and it's that and it's this. And yeah, he's basically saying that, yeah, because it's an anomaly and the Cowboys might not be able to play it. Man, this dude did the same thing in Miami. Look at this dude in Miami. This dude went from 32nd in 2019 to 7th in 2020 and then 8th in 2021. And we wonder why Miami ain't winning no more. And we wonder why Miami ain't winning no more. And Brandy, and again, let me add to what you're saying. Let's put some more hot sauce on this. And Brian Flores was right about Tua Tagovailoa. When you have a number 7th and a number 8 defense, I'm sorry, you ought to be winning more games and you ought to be in the playoffs. All I'm telling you is, I have no problem with Jim Leonard. But what I'm not going to do is let somebody do what that guy did and basically come in and try and undersell Brian Flores. Don't even give Brian Flores 2 sentences. Well, that defense is a paradox. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, that defense is a paradox. And yeah, not everybody can run. I know what you're saying. Not everybody can run that defense. This dude tried to undersell a proven defensive coordinator while selling an unproven defensive coordinator who's not even a defensive coordinator yet. Make it make sense. Man, I'm not buying this stuff. Not buying this stuff. 2 things. Hey, you can want Jim Leonard, and we can talk about all the reasons why Jim Leonard is good for the Cowboys, and I will agree with you. But at the same time, what I'm not going to do is try to undersell Brian Flores to say why Jim Leonard is the right choice. Heck no. You give me a chance, you give me a choice between Brian Flores and Jim Leonard, I'm going to tell you Jim who. Shoot. Not even thinking about this. I'm not even giving it a conversation. I wish somebody would try to give me that choice. Yeah, man, Brian Flores or Jim Leonard. Man, I'm going to walk off on you. Bottom line. Yeah, Jim Leonard needs understand what I'm telling us, Cowboy fans. I want us to live with what the choice is going to be if it's Jim Leonard. I want us to live with it. Live with it. No more excuses then. Live with it. We're going to live with it then. We're going to live with whatever he's going to be in 2026. We're going to live with it. No excuses. No excuses. No player excuses. We're not blaming Jerry. We're not going to blame Jerry in 2026. If we get Jim Leonard, don't blame Jerry. Jerry's going to get players. I'm confident Jerry's going to get players. No blaming Jerry in 2026 then. Whatever Jim Leonard is, Jim Leonard is. If he's the number 1 coach, I'm glad. If he's the number 1 coach, I'm glad. If he's the number 32 coach, I'm keeping him. I don't want to hear no excuses on him. Christian Legal, this ain't about you disrespecting him. But I'm talking about these guys on 105.3, the fan disrespecting this man. No way. And Christian Legal, I remembered that Seattle game, bro. Sam Darnold? No, Sam Darnold wasn't the quarterback to take him to the Super Bowl. Sam Darnold wasn't the quarterback. If anything, Brian Flores' defenses have deserved to be in the doggone Super Bowl. You give any of those other top teams, Christian Legal, that defense, they're going to the Super Bowl. The Rams win the Super Bowl with that thing last year. Reggie X, the bag equals Google with my memory. Now, you got to understand, I don't have all the details remembered of those games, but I clearly remembered that the doggone Vikings had a 14, I thought it was 13 games. They had 14 games. And I clearly remembered that Sam Darnold did not play well in that playoff game. Did not play well in that playoff game. So again, research is your bag, brother. Research is your bag. Chanel said the core Brian Flores case is about unequal opportunity and discriminatory treatment for black coaches, not solely about damaged reputation. That's a consequence of the alleged allegations. You know, and again, I can see where you're going there, Chanel, but I'll tell you this, man. Brian Flores, this is exactly why I want Brian Flores. Brian Flores is that kind of coach that he gonna do his thing. Flores is going to do his thing, man. Flores is not afraid of going against the system. And I'm not saying that in a bad way. Brian Flores is going to do Brian Flores. And because of the skill that he possesses, I'm good with what Brian Flores does. I'm good with it. Now, again, I say all that to say, I don't think we're going to get Brian Flores. I don't think we're going to get Brian Flores. And again, so Poopy D, you say you say we're not hiring Flores, and y'all know that. And that's why I say I don't think we're going to get Flores either. And Poopy D, I don't think we're going to get Flores because I believe Flores is going to be the next coach of the Baltimore Ravens. But if he doesn't, I'm hearing that the Cowboys are holding out hope for Brian Flores. And I hope what I'm hearing is true. I hope what I'm hearing is true. But at the end of the day, I already think Jerry is serious about winning. I just don't think Jerry can get the coaches that he wants. I don't think Jerry's going to be able to get Jim Schwartz. I think Jerry would get Jim Schwartz. I don't think he's going to be able to get him. I think Jerry would get Vance Joseph. I don't think he's going to be able to get Vance Joseph. Brian Flores at this point seems like a long shot. I don't think he's going to get Brian Flores. And so, again, it sounds like to me, so y'all tell me what y'all think. And hindsight is 20/20. I want y'all to tell me what y'all think now about Brian Flores. I mean, not Brian Flores, since what Reggie said. So y'all tell me. Because I already think Jerry is serious about winning. So if Jerry hires Jim Leonard, as we say sometimes, all minds clear? If Jerry hires Jim Leonard, is he serious about winning? I think he is, but y'all tell me. Is Jerry serious about winning if he brings in Leonard? I would much rather, I'm telling you, and for me, I'm not going to do what this disingenuous guy on 105.3 The Fan just did. I'm not going to knock Jim Leonard because I want Brian Flores. No, I don't have to knock Jim Leonard. Brian Flores is a proven commodity. And he probably should be a head coach. He's a proven commodity. And I do believe he steps in the door and he immediately gets you results. But what I'm telling you about Jim Leonard, nobody in this chat can unequivocally say that Jim Leonard is going to immediately bring you dividends. I don't know what he does. Because he doesn't have the track record. I mean, it's the bottom line. He don't have the track record. I'm not using Wisconsin, and I'm not going to use Vance Joseph's defense and what Vance Joseph is doing. That's Vance Joseph doing that. I'm glad the understudy is there watching, and I'm hoping that if we get Jim Leonard, the understudy can come in from some of the things he's learned from Vance Joseph, and he can be just as effective. But what I'm not going to do is say just because he's on Vance Joseph's staff, that's why Vance Joseph is doing what he's doing. Man, Vance Joseph is doing that if he's not there. Chanel says Sam folded G in that playoff game. I remember that. Yeah, he turned into a tomato can that has been under pressure. I remember that. But I wanted to go back because you want to go back and do things. You know, you want to go back and get the stuff that shows what you're saying is true rather than just saying what you're saying and then you realize something that you said wasn't true. That's why it's called research. You have to do that. Yes, sir. Reggie, I'll take Jim Schwartz. I'm telling you, man, I'm taking proven commodities. And if anything, this is what the Cowboys don't do enough. They don't get the proven commodity. Miss Matrix made a great point earlier about Dan Quinn. That was one of the best moves they made because even though, and I don't blame Dan Quinn's defense as not being quote unquote good enough. I don't blame Dan Quinn's defense as not being good enough to stop the run. I don't blame that on Dan Quinn. There's a reason why Dan Quinn became a head coach again in this league. Because with what Jerry gave him, Dan Quinn did the best that he could with it. And Dan did some damage. Dan absolutely did some damage. Unfortunately, his defenses were only made to play with a lead. But once they didn't get the lead, that defense, Dan's defense wasn't made to play from behind. And that became the Achilles heel for Dan Quinn's defense. But had Jerry gave Dan Quinn what he was begging for, Dan Quinn was begging for Bobby Wagner. Man, looking at Bobby Wagner the last couple of years, Bobby Wagner would have helped the Cowboys beat the Green Bay Packers. I mean, straight up. Bobby Wagner has been a terror for Dan Quinn, man. He's played extremely well. I mean, when you think about what Jerry didn't give Dan Quinn, had Jerry gave Dan Quinn more, man, I think Dan Quinn could have had a top 3 defense, and we could have absolutely went to deeper in the playoffs than we did with Dan Quinn. So I don't even blame Dan Quinn for not doing better with the Cowboys. I blame Jerry for not getting Dan Quinn the players. But Dan Quinn did a great job for the Cowboys because he did the best he could with what he had. And Dan Quinn had us all thinking the Cowboys defense was better than it was. Dan Quinn's defenses didn't get stopped until we ran up against great competition. And that's when Dan Quinn defenses finally got stopped. Yeah, Poobie D, I'm telling you, Poobie D, after watching the playoffs, Poobie D, with tears in my eyes, Poobie D, I've been watching these playoffs thinking, boy, if the Cowboys had a defense. If the Cowboys had a show enough defense, I mean, this team would be incredible. This team would be incredible with a defense. And I'm telling you right now, Brian Flores as your coach, defensive coordinator, teams look at you, man. Teams look at you different when they know he in the building. Shoot, teams look at you different when he in the building. They know what time it is. Shoot, hey, when Brian Flores your defensive coordinator, every team in the league know what time it is. They know what time it is. Katharina Kiss says, I believe Shai is going to have a lot to do with who Jerry hires at DC this time, G. I pray it's Flores as well. Katharina Kiss, he had a lot to do with it last time. I know nobody wants to believe it. But Jerry said that with Brian Schottenheimer sitting next to him in the room. Jerry said, Brian Schottenheimer has everything to do. Everything. How much you got to do with it, Jerry? Everything. Jerry's saying, I hired him, but Brian Schottenheimer had everything to do with me hiring him. I don't know why people don't want that to sink in their head. Shoot. I don't know. I don't know why nobody want to hear that part. Brandy said, Jerry don't hire coaches with backbones. But Brandy, you know what though? I'm still gonna give Dan Quinn credit. For as much as I got some issues with Dan Quinn, I'm gonna give Dan Quinn credit though. I do think Dan Quinn had a backbone. I think the issue with Dan Quinn is though, and this is why I appreciated Dan Quinn so much. So I'm not gonna hate on Dan Quinn from this perspective. When Jerry didn't give Dan Quinn Bobby Wagner, shoot, Dan Quinn did what he had to do. Dan Quinn didn't waste his time complaining. Dan Quinn didn't waste his time trying to expose to Jerry that he don't have the players. It's not what Dan Quinn did. I need a coach with the mentality of Dan Quinn. I need a coach with the mentality of Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn said, Jerry won't give me the players, but I'm not going to blame Jerry for not giving me the players. I'm just telling you. I'm giving Dan Quinn credit. Dan Quinn is the one coach that I can tell you, Brandy, over the last few years, now Dan Quinn had a backbone. Dan Quinn had a backbone. I'm giving it to Dan Quinn. Even though there's some questions about what he did in that doggone last game against Green Bay. Dan Quinn got a backbone. Jerry could have won more with Dan Quinn had Jerry gave Dan Quinn the defensive players that he needed. Andrew, appreciate you. He said, put some respect to OG Dave. He's a straight up pastor. Where the heck have you been? Yes, sir. God's timing. Chanel, he said, G, as you will know. Yes, sir. Yep. Straight facts. I love the truth. Yes, sir. Chanel, you're an asset, brother, like many. Appreciate you. Bass, he said, and the Joneses want the mellow type, not the hothead or the loudmouth. Bass, I don't think, but let me tell you about Brian Flores. I say Jerry could handle Brian Flores from this perspective, though. Brian Flores is not a hothead either, though. Brian Flores is not a hothead. Brian Flores, he's not a loudmouth. Shoot, Brian Flores just does what Brian Flores does, man. Brian Flores just does what Brian Flores does. He comes in and he gets it done. And what he does, he goes nuts. His players, he gets that respect. Poobie D, I already said it, bro. Poobie D, those who can, they do. And those who can't, they teach or they coach. Now, I'm saying all that to say that from this perspective. It's one thing to be a teacher of a group and then to be the teacher and the coach of the defense. Mose Logan, man, I'm telling you, this better not be true. Boy, if they get White Cotton, boy, I'm going to be so upset I don't know what to do. I'm still going to ride with them. I'm going to be mad, man, if they get White Cotton. I don't want the Cowboys to promote White Cotton. Bass says unproven coach so they can bargain. Yep. I'm going to give you that, Bass. Yep. When you get an unproven coach, you can bargain. When you get a coach like Brian Flores is proven, what will it take? Bass, I said this earlier. I don't want the Cowboys doing no more of this nonsense of bringing in these injured players, drafting players coming off of injuries. I don't even want them extending players that have been injured no more. Cowboys got to stop a lot of these practices. They really do. All right, guys, let's close this thing out and let's go to free agency for a moment. And again, Christian Legal, this wasn't about you. This was about the dude over here on 105.3 The Fan trying to oversell Leonard, and he don't have to sell Leonard. We're all fine with Leonard. We're all fine with Leonard. I don't think any of us are objecting to Jim Leonard being the coach for the Cowboys. But I'm just telling you where I am as far as Jim Leonard being the Cowboys coach. I want him to be the fourth. I want Jim Leonard to be the fourth choice behind Brian Flores, Vance Joseph, Jim Schwartz. If you can't get those three, I'm fine with Jim Leonard. But all I'm telling us is this too. But when we get Jim Leonard, well, doggone it, we're going to have to give him an opportunity. I don't care if he's number 31, 32 in defense. He's going to have to be around here for a couple of years. He's going to have to be around here a couple of years, man. Poobie D says sometimes you might want to hire someone that has something to prove. Rex Ryan, Joseph are good teachers to learn from. Yeah, especially Vance Joseph. I'm not sold on Rex Ryan, though. Rex Ryan wouldn't be sitting on the doggone behind the desk if Rex Ryan was if anybody thought he was that good. Oh, okay, I got you, Bass. Yeah, and I know, Bass, I know what you're saying. I know you ain't trying to bash or anything like that. Yeah, Reggie, I'm no thanks, Reggie. I'm no thanks on Rex Ryan, bro. Ain't no way that man's sitting in the broadcast. Ain't no way he's still at ESPN that long. He ain't sitting at ESPN that long, and he's that doggone good. Tatiana, I'm hoping they interview White Cotton just to give him the experience. I do not want White Cotton. Cowboys get White Cotton, I'm going to have a problem. Christian Legal, I wouldn't take Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll, man. Man, Pete Carroll, man, the league, I just think he's too behind in the times, man. Oh, Marvin Mays. Yes, sir. You got to use what you got to get what you want. And I'm telling you, man, that's why I appreciated Dan Quinn. Shoot, Dan Quinn didn't complain. He might have complained, but he didn't go out there in the court of public opinion. They didn't get me Bobby Wagner. They didn't get me this. Shoe. He just went out there and did what he did. He did more with less. And this is why I said Matt Eberflus had to go. AG, we're going to have a ton of money in spending cap. By the time it's all said and done, we're going to probably have somewhere upwards of $134 to $150 million. Cowboys going to have plenty. All right, guys, let's look at this thing real quick before we get out of here. Let's look at this last segment. A lot of people are focusing their time on the draft. And I'll be honest with you guys, I am not going to focus as much time on the draft as I am going to spend my time on free agency, because the free agency is actually the key to some of the things that we are going to try to do. All right, let me pull up something I had here the other day that I didn't get a chance to use. I want to look back on the top free agents, the top free agents going into this year. And the Cowboys, man, got an issue. The Cowboys have an issue coming up because the Cowboys Yeah, here it is. The Cowboys have a ton of free agents. Let me see. The Cowboys have a ton of free agents for 2026. And this really has the Cowboys, this has the Cowboys in a headlock, in a sense. Check this out. So when you look at the Cowboys free agents, and let's go here, matter of fact, let's go to the Cowboys. So these are the Cowboys unrestricted free agents. Cowboys have a free agent issue. Javonte Williams. It's not a guarantee, guys. I want y'all to get ready. Prepare yourselves. I want y'all to prepare yourselves. Javonte Williams might not be back for the Cowboys. We better get ready. Javonte Williams may not be back with the Dallas Cowboys. It all depends on what the Cowboys want to pay him. And I'm going to tell you right now, if you look at what the Cowboys have done over like the last 2 or 3 seasons. Hold on, let me see. I don't know why I can never remember this running back's name that used to play for the Cowboys. I never can remember this dude's name, man. Tony Pollard. I can never remember Tony Pollard's name. So I want y'all to think about what the Cowboys have done with the last 3 running backs that I can remember. Y'all tell me if I'm wrong on this. So Javonte Williams is an unrestricted free agent. So Javonte Williams, when you look at the last 3 running backs, Zeke, we let him go. Rico Dowdle, we let him go. Tony Pollard, we let him go. And all of them we let go because of what? Money. Zeke, money. Pollard, worst thing we did was a franchise tag coming off an injury. Don't understand it. Money. Rico Dowdle, money. Those are our last 3 running backs. Well, Javonte Williams is an unrestricted free agent. And what has really put the Cowboys in a headlock on this is because, if I am not mistaken, you only get 1 franchise tag. And the Cowboys are going to use, more than likely, that franchise tag. This is if they have to. They're going to use that franchise tag on none other than George Pickens. So there's nothing they can do about these players right here. Yeah, I'm sorry, George Pickens. So he's going to be the franchise tag. You're not going to, there's no other player on that list that you can use the franchise tag on but George Pickens. So this means that Javonte Williams, Miles Sanders, Tolbert is going to be somewhere else next year, and he's going to be good. I wouldn't be surprised if he winds up with the New Orleans Saints. Jalen Tolbert's going to be great next year for somebody. Hakeem Adeniji, Rob Jones, who got injured. But when you look at these top 3, these are probably the 3 that the Cowboys are most interested in. George Pickens is the only one that you can tag. Because you're not going to, man, Cowboys ain't paying for Javonte Williams. Y'all might as well get ready. They are not paying. Boy, y'all better get ready. For everybody who love Williams, boy, y'all better get ready, boy. Ice Wall Cowboy, I 100% agree with you. And let me say I 99.99% agree with you. It's not the Ice Wall, they don't value the running back position per se. But they want a great running back with cheap money. And I'm going to tell you what I think happened to him, Ice Wall. I'm going to tell you what I think happened to him, Ezekiel Elliott. Man, the Cowboys feel like they got burned on Zeke, bro. The Cowboys feel like they got burned on Zeke. And so they are really skeptical about running backs now. But again, you know what? I'm not as worried about the running back situation. The Cowboys have Jaden Blue and they have Phil Maffa. And I do believe they are going to be the Cowboys, a big part of the Cowboys running attack last year. Man, I'm telling y'all now, I'm still mad at Brian Schottenheimer. I don't know about y'all, man. I'm still mad at Brian Schottenheimer. Brian Schottenheimer came out here and dog walked this man. They dog walked Jaden Blue. I mean, they did everything they could do to just sully this man's reputation, to make excuses not to play him. Only for us to watch him play in the last game of the season. And man, Jaden Blue looked great. And I'm not buying it. The Giants were not playing. Why they beat us then? Why they beat us then? Why in the heck did the Giants stomp us if they were not trying to win? I'm not buying it. Man, the Giants were out there playing. That dude, Jaden Blue, looked great. And as a matter of fact, he looked great against the Commanders. He was looking really good against the Broncos until he fumbled the ball. And if Brian hadn't been trying to run him like he's Javonte Williams, I think he does even better. I'm telling y'all right now, y'all better get ready, because I don't think Javonte Williams, I don't think he's, I'm going to be shocked if Javonte Williams is going to be the running back here. Now, I'm not going to trip as hard on it, because I'm actually excited about Phil Maffa. I think Phil Maffa could do what Javonte Williams did. I'm not knocking Javonte Williams. He's a powerful running back. But he has no moves. Javonte Williams is at max one move and hits it. He's a straight ahead runner. That's what Javonte Williams is. That's not a knock on him. That's just what he is. He's a hard-nosed, downhill runner. That's what Javonte Williams is. But the problem you get with Javonte Williams, you saw it all season, and it was the Carolina Panthers that came out and used this game plan, and everyone else started using it. They started lining up directly over the center. And they started crashing down on that Cowboys line, taking away that A gap. And once you take away that from Javonte Williams, because that's exactly where Shotty likes to run all the time, they were able to limit him and stop him. And I understand why he wanted to run through there, because of Cooper Beebe, Ty Booker, and Ty Williams. I understand it. But once you were able to crash that down, they were not able to run. And so we had no variety in the run game. So I'm not going to cry if they don't re-sign Williams, because I think Phil Maffa can do the same thing. He's a bigger running back, and he's got a couple of moves, and he's got some speed for the size. And I think they need to use Jaden Blue as the changeup. Let him be your sweeps. Let him be your screens. Line him up in the slot. Do all kinds of different things with Jaden Blue. But I'm just telling y'all now, as far as free agency go, shoot, you better get ready. And I don't even think the Cowboys would even tag, even if they could tag Javonte Williams. Let me see. Let me see what that is in 2025. 2026. What would the tag be for a running back? Let's see. Trying to see what the dollar amount would be. Let me see. I'm telling you right now, the Cowboys are not going to pay no $7 to $8 million for Javonte Williams for a season. They're just not going to do it. I don't think they're going to do it. I really don't. I just don't think they're going to do it. And so the only way that the Cowboys would tag Miles Sanders, and I don't think they're going to do it, because the Cowboys could very well shock all of us and go ahead and extend George Pickens and not even sweat the whole franchise tag thing, which I believe that's exactly what the Cowboys should do. Honestly, I don't think the Cowboys should even fool with a tag on George Pickens. I did see something earlier. AOC said mark this 3 years, $33 million a year with something like $50 million guaranteed. It's from what they're saying, Pickens has been hinting at his deal getting done on X. So the Cowboys may very well go ahead and do may very well just go ahead and sign Pickens and not even worry about doing any of this. So and I'm hoping that $33 million for George Pickens, for me, I just think that would be a great number for the Cowboys to get him under. So, but I still don't think, even if they do that, I don't think they're going to franchise tag Javonte Williams for, anywhere between $7 to $11 million. I don't think it's going to happen. And then when you turn defensively, the Cowboys, because they only got one franchise tag, the Cowboys need to make a signing from this list. I think the one player they need to sign is Jadeveon Clowney. Kenneth Murray Jr., get out of here. Jack Sanborn, get out of here. But you can bring him back for training camp if nobody gets him. Donovan Wilson has got to go. I want the Cowboys to part ways with both of these, Malik Hooker and Donovan Wilson. Man, go out there and get Minkah Fitzpatrick and see what you can do in the draft. But if I'm the Cowboys, Donovan Wilson, I'm not paying for Donovan Wilson. Donovan Wilson is out of here. Corey Ballantyne, cornerback, CJ Goodwin, cornerbacks. These aren't major issues. They can let them go out there. And if they want some of these guys back, they'll probably be able to get them. But the Cowboys is where they got to really focus in on, is the Cowboys really have got to focus in on free agency. The Cowboys also have some restricted free agents. I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know, man. The Cowboys haven't really done well by Malik Davis over the years. I would not be surprised again if the Cowboys waive Malik. Just let Malik Davis go out there and see what he can get out there in free agency, because the Cowboys, they want to be cheap. If they get Malik Davis, they kind of feel about Malik Davis, if you ask me, the same way they felt about Rico Dowdle. If they're going to have Malik Davis, they're going to have him on the cheap. So they're going to probably let him go out there and see. TJ Bass, Brock Hoffman, Cowboys probably need to work out a deal with them too. Wanye Thomas put a deal on his Twitter account, X, formerly known as Twitter, and he was saying goodbye, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Cowboys bought Wanye Thomas back. Problem with Wanye Thomas, having migraine problems. Cowboys may say see you later, because the migraine problems are no joke, and it kept him out of games. Brandon Aubrey, no-brainer. They're going to work a deal out with Brandon Aubrey, and that's going to be it. Josh Butler, Cowboys may bring him back. Reddy Stewart, I wouldn't be surprised if the Cowboys brought him back. I saw Poopy D posted Reddy Stewart was our best corner. That ain't good, man. That ain't good. Poopy D, I'm the same way. Williams, I wouldn't mind keeping Williams, but I want the Cowboys to go out and get another running back, and I want them to be dynamic, but I don't want them to go in free agency and spending big money on a running back in free agency. And so, free agency, guys, first things first. And this is where I am with the Cowboys in free agency. I just think it's this simple. Stop playing and sign Brandon Aubrey tomorrow. Stop playing. Sign Brandon Aubrey tomorrow. Jadeveon Clowney. What's the day? Tuesday. Sign Brandon Aubrey on Wednesday. Sign Jadeveon Clowney no later than Friday. Cowboys got to get on it with those two players. George Pickens, let's work on that deal. Get that deal done. No later than the first day of the new year of the season in March. Let's go into this OT. Let's go into free agency. Let's go into the draft. Let's go into OTAs. Let's go into training camp drama-free. I'm tired of all the drama with this team. It is time for us to get focused on football. And let's do the easy things. The easy things, sign Brandon Aubrey. The easy things, sign Jadeveon Clowney. The easy things, sign George Pickens. Get the easy things done. There's no point in the drama no more. Yeah, Big Rumbowski, I had to do a double take on this. Franchise tag one player each year. That's going to be reserved for Pickens until his situation is resolved. That's it. That's it. And so, also, as we talk about free agency, I got another list I want us to check out here. Because, check this out. The top 101 free agents out there. I don't know if y'all have seen this list before. I went and got this Chad Forbes at NFL Draft Bites. He's got the top 101 2026 NFL free agents. Look who's at the top of the list. George Pickens. No surprise. I'm telling y'all right now, this is where the Cowboys have got to really focus. They have got to focus. Okay, Chanel got me some good facts here. He said the projected franchise tag for a running back is approximately $14.15 million, while the transition tag is $11.42 million. Those are projections. Chanel, it ain't happening, bro. Thank you for those facts. It's not happening. It is not happening. Good night, Jeremy Betts. We'll be back tomorrow. Man, it is not happening. It is not happening. Boy, that is a lot of money for a running back, man. Mo said that's why they brought in Israel. He's a big, powerful back, G, so they can go let Williams go. And also, they got Phil Maffa. Yeah, they got Phil Maffa. Shoot, Poopy D, let me tell you something. Boy, not getting Derrick Henry may be one of the worst things that we did. Poopy D said if we wouldn't pay Henry 60, you might be right. Hey, man, I'm telling you now, y'all better get ready. If Javonte Williams stays in Dallas, it's because he is taking a pay cut. He's going to be in Dallas because he wants to, not because of the money they're going to offer. Shotty might be able to try to convince Jerry, but I don't think he's going to be able to convince Jerry to give Javonte Williams. You know, it all depends on what other teams are offering him. But I'm telling you now, once Javonte crosses that $5 million threshold, man, he can forget it. But when you look at the 101 2026 NFL top NFL free agents, George Pickens is top of the list. We already got him in the building. I think the Cowboys should be looking at Jalen Phillips. I also think the Cowboys should be looking at Trey Hendrickson for this reason and this reason only. In order to get Max Crosby, and I started doing some thinking on this, and y'all tell me where y'all are. But in order for us to get Max Crosby, we're going to have to give up that one of those first-round draft picks. And I'll be honest with you, at this point, I don't know if I'm willing to do that. I don't know if I'm willing to do that. I don't know if I'm willing to give up one of those draft picks. They're too important. The Cowboys have 2 top 20 picks. I can't do it with a good conscience if I'm the Cowboys, guys. I'm sorry. I cannot do this with a good conscience. I just don't see the next time the Cowboys will get this opportunity. 12-20. I just don't see the next time they get this opportunity. I don't know if I'm willing to give up a first rounder for Max Crosby right now. I got to do some thinking. Somebody's got to change my mind on this. But I'm struggling hard. I'm struggling so hard with you got 2 top 20 picks. You got an opportunity not to get a retread, not to get someone else's castaway, not to draft a player who's coming off an injury. You literally, as the Dallas Cowboys, when I look at the top 20 picks, that number 12 pick is going to be so important. The Cowboys right now, the Cowboys look like projected to get Kedrick Falk at the edge. But I don't think the Cowboys are going to do that because I think they may try to do that in free agency. So we'll see what happens in free agency. If I am the Cowboys, I'm getting Mansour Delane. I'm going safety. I am going safety in the first round. The only thing that could maybe change my mind is, Arvell Reese, Reuben Bain Jr., Caleb Downs, when you are talking about that type of firepower. But even then, they get the opportunity to get those players. And then when you think about number 20, and I don't know what this is. This can't be correct. They talking about Denzel Boston. I don't know what this is because I know the Cowboys are not getting a wide receiver because they're going to have George Pickens. Cowboys are not doing that. Okay, so that's the rank. Yeah, let's go to the mock draft. Okay, I'm looking at the rank. Sorry about that. But again, they still have the Cowboys getting Kedrick Falk. And then at the linebacker position, they have the Cowboys getting C.J. Allen from Georgia. I don't think that's going to be the case. I mean, the Cowboys, the number 12 pick for me, it has got to be either linebacker or cornerback. It's got to be. It's got to be linebacker or cornerback. Absolutely has to be linebacker or cornerback for me. They have an opportunity of a lifetime right now. And again, the only thing that could change my mind, and I'm telling you there are a couple of these picks that could change my mind. I'm not buying this, but it looks like they're saying that the running back, let me see here because I don't see him. It looks like they're saying that the running back from Notre Dame is going to fall out of the top 10. I don't believe it. Let me make sure if I'm looking at the right thing. No, okay, Jeremiah Love is actually at number 8. So unless Jeremiah Love was to be there at 12, or like I said, a Baines or the kid from Ohio State, or the safety Caleb Downs from Ohio State. I mean, unless somebody overlooks those guys and they Bain wounds up. But if I'm the Cowboys, man, I'm struggling. I don't think I can trade that number. I don't think I can trade that top 20 pick, man. Y'all help me change my mind. But if I'm the Cowboys, I don't think I can give up that 12 and that 20. I don't think I can do it. Those are franchise-changing positions this year in this draft. I can't do it. I can't do it. I at this point, I can't trade one of those picks for Max Crosby when I could actually go in the draft and get the best edge rusher available. I'm struggling. I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can do it. Chanel said he don't want Trey Hendrickson, can't hold the edge well. Okay, tell me what you think about Jalen Phillips. Tell me what you think about Jalen Phillips. Yeah, Reggie, and that's the point. See, we got to win while Dak is at his peak right now. I'm struggling with trading away one of these picks. Bass said, Max and Trey both either need or now coming off surgery. No thanks. Give me Reuben Bain. Yeah, Bass, that's where I am too. That's where I am too. I gotta have those picks, man. Those are franchise-changing picks. I want the Cowboys to do no more retreads. No more chances. No more. No. You got a 12 and a 20. Go out there and do damage. You can get the best corner. You can get the best edge. You can get the best linebacker. They got that opportunity. They can get that combination of 2 of the 3 at number 12 and 20. I'm sorry, but I got to keep those picks. I got to keep those picks, man. I do. I got to keep those picks. And for me, I'm going corner, linebacker, edge, or safety. I'm getting 2 of those 4. And that's why I believe, and that's why I have the list up, because this list is important for the Cowboys. They need to go, they got to pick a player in free agency and say, this is the player that this is going to be that player in free agency. So at defensive end, we got Jalen Phillips. They got Boy Mafi, Oldfaye Owe. I know I'm messing these names up. Let's see what else we have here at the defensive end position. That's kind of where I'm looking. Joseph Osai, he's number 26. Let's see. Oh, the age. That's the age. He's 26. Let's see who else. Levon Kyson, defensive end. Arnold Abekiti. Let's see who else. El-Qaeden Muhammad. Charles Omenihu. I'm sure I'm messing that name up too. Well, Sam Williams, they got him at number 94. We already got him. I'm like, let Sam walk. Let Sam walk. We don't need to worry about Sam. But, I think I heard people talking about Jaden. I heard people talking about Jalen Phillips last year. Y'all tell me what you think. Jalen Phillips is out there if they want to take care of that. This is going to be, I'm telling you, I think Devin Lloyd is going to be a big time. I think a lot of people are going to be vying for Devin Lloyd. I was trying to see if there's a corner on here. I don't see anybody that really jumps out at me. We don't have to worry about running backs because I don't think the Cowboys are going to go in free agency trying to get a Breece Hall type of running back. Khalil Mack. Only way I'd bring in Khalil Mack, he'd have to be a depth piece. No way I'd bring in Khalil Mack as an answer fixer. This is the list that the Cowboys are going to have to pick from as far as who is going to be that player. Who is going to be that player that the Cowboys say, this is who we're going to target? Because the more I think about the Cowboys free agency, the Cowboys have already done too many trades. They already don't have a second or a third round pick. So we've done too many trades. I don't want the Cowboys doing any trading. Even in the first round, don't trade back. Unless, if you trade back that number 20, the only way you do it is you make sure you still stay in the first round. I wouldn't trade that pick no more than 3 picks back to where I still stay in the first round, and I either get a second rounder and stay in the first round no later than 23, and I get a second rounder, or I get some team's first round pick next year, and I might even try to negotiate their first round pick and maybe their 5th round pick next year. But I'm not going any further than 2 to 3 spots down at that number 20. And in the grand scheme of things, I'm going to stay at that 20 if I can and just go ahead and knock it out the park on day 1. Day 1 is going to be the most exciting day of the draft for the Dallas Cowboy fans. It is going to be exciting for us on that day. I'm going to have a party that day. Chanel, he said Phillips is that guy. So if Phillips is that guy, I'm going after Phillips. I'm going after Phillips if he's that guy. Big Rumbowski said at number 20, I'd rather get an edge like Cassius Howard from A&M or someone similar and have Ezerako move to fill in one of the linebacker spots. I'm telling you, Rumbowski, after looking at Ezerako, I really do think Ezerako could play linebacker. I really do. Not only do I think he could play linebacker, I think he would play very well in a 3-4 defense. I really do. Chanel said we should try and steal cornerback Michael Jackson from the Panthers. That dude is a bad man. Now, Michael Jackson, if he's not on this list, I'm not trading anything for him. That's going to be the issue for me. If I'm the Cowboys, I'm done with trading. I'm done with trading. Anything I do going into free agency, it's going to be a free agent. No trades. We've already done George Pickens. We've already done Kenny Clark. We've done Quentin Williams. Man, we've traded so much, man. Now we just got to focus on not giving up any more draft capital and now we got to get some players in here. So I think the bottom line is we're going to have to spend some money. And so I think the Cowboys should probably do it like this. And y'all tell me what y'all think. Looking at this list, if I'm the Cowboys, I am going to rank my free agency. I'm going to do my free agency by what I need. And so for the Cowboys, I think they should consider pass rusher number 1, linebacker number 2, cornerback number 3. So if I'm the Cowboys, this is how I'm going into my war room in free agency. Let's go first, best edge rusher in free agency. After we get the best edge rusher, then let's go and see, can we get us maybe who are the top 5 linebackers? Can we get us a linebacker in free agency? Even though the Cowboys can keep Logan Wilson. Maybe he's willing to rework his deal. And then at cornerback, I'm going to go and see if I can get me a bona fide cornerback in there that can come in and play as my 4th cornerback. Because I think what the Cowboys are going to do is DaRon Bland is going to be the slot cornerback for the Cowboys, I believe. I believe he'll be the slot cornerback. And then, of course, Savon Revel Jr. will be one of our outside corners. I think they go in the draft and get another outside corner. And then I bring in this other corner in case maybe I want to bring DaRon Bland outside, and then I'll have another inside corner that can be either my 4th corner or be 3rd corner if I want Bland to play outside sometimes. So that is the order for me in free agency. My top priority, edge. My second priority, linebacker. Because I'm also thinking in my mind that I'm going to go in the draft and might get that linebacker the linebacker I want if he's there. And then third, I'm going to go get cornerback. But if I don't prioritize edge first, I'm going to prioritize linebacker first, because now my plan is to get the best edge rusher in college football. And either way, I'm still going to get the best cornerback in college football. I am going to get some franchise-changing players in those first 2 picks. I'm getting franchise-changing players. Chanel, and this is why I think that Bland is going to be the Cowboys slot cornerback. We're just going to have to accept it. We're going to have the highest paid slot cornerback in the league. We're just going to have to accept it. We're going to have to accept it. Poobie D, I agree. We already got one athletic linebacker. But I'll tell you this, another reason why I'm targeting linebacker in free agency, that'll be my number 2 priority. I am going to prioritize linebacker because of Demario and Overshown. I am thankful that he is going into the offseason healthy finally, and he can get more time to rehab and get his legs back together. But until he shows me, I'm still going to keep that safety blanket on the team so that if something was to happen, I won't be left without an option or an answer in case Overshown was to go down, because first 2 seasons, it's been that. Paz said all in selectively aggressive. Money will not be an object. Jerry, that's talking big. I got to see it. Well, he's done some good things this year. I think he's got to do better in free agency than he did last year. Last year, he did better because he did work in free agency. This year, I don't want quantity. This year, we need quality. Jerry did a good job with quantity last year. This year, we need him to do better with quality. Rombowski said if Tolbert had just produced a little something this season, then he would have been a perfect trade bait at the deadline. Bottom line. Tolbert didn't perform good enough for the Cowboys to make him trade bait. So now it looks like they're going to lose him outright. Yeah, they're going to lose him outright. Yeah, Reggie, it's no doubt he moving to the slot. There is no doubt about it. He moving to the slot. Yeah, Chanel, this is why I'm making linebacker my second priority in free agency. I got to have an answer for Overshown if he goes down. I got to have an answer. Rombowski says Cincinnati also had one of the NFL's worst defense, and still Logan Wilson couldn't start on it, And then with Dallas's even more terrible defense, that says a lot. Yeah. I'm with you on that, Rombowski. But I still wouldn't be surprised if the Cowboys brought him back, but he might not want to come back. Ron Hanna said the best guy I see is Devin Lloyd from Jacksonville. Yeah, Devin Lloyd, he gonna be a commodity, man. Shoot, Devin Lloyd gonna be a commodity. There's no doubt in my mind. Yes, sir. Bass, appreciate you. Yes, sir. Yeah, Cowboys, man, they're gonna have to spend, man. They're gonna have to spend. If they really want it, they gotta spend. They're gonna have to spend. No more retreads. No more this, that, and the other. No more second, third chance players. No, we gotta go in this thing to hit. We gotta get players that are already hitting, not players that we think can hit. Now we gotta get somebody that's hitting. Travis Beck, I'm not familiar with Greg Newsome. I'll check him out. Chanel said top linebackers expected to hit the 2026 free agency. DeMario Davis, Devin Lloyd, young talents, the Kobe Dean. I'm telling you right now, I'm targeting, if I'm the Cowboys, I'm targeting Devin Lloyd. Julian said Quay Walker might be nice. Hey, Baz, let me tell you something. Jerry said the Cowboys gonna bust the budget. Man, let me tell you something. I forgot there's a stat out there of how much dead money the Eagles have this year coming up season. 400 and something million in not dead money, but void year money. 400 something million. The Eagles miss bowl, they're going to be done. This is going to be another 2 or 3 years before they're even going to be competitive again. If I'm Jerry, I'm about to get my money up there because I'm about to put money all kinds of ways into the void years. Void years, under the couch, buried under the doghouse, under the kitchen sink. I'm about to put all kinds of money wherever I can because I got to go all in this year. I have to go all in this year. And Poobie D, we can't do this again. We keep signing 10 people and only 3 of them play. Can't do it again. Every player, free agency, if I'm the Cowboys, quantity over quality. I'm looking for 3 players that's going to come on my team and they're going to make an impact. I'm not looking for no more of these. Okay, let's wait till the last day of free agency. Cowboys, in this order. The big fish, first day of free agency. You're going to have to overpay. I gotta get me one guy that I'm going to overpay for in free agency. So if the best edge rusher is Jalen Phillips, I'm going to overpay for Jalen Phillips. If I want Devin Lloyd, linebacker, then I'm going to overpay for Devin Lloyd. Man, I'm sorry, but sometimes you just got a budget like this. Okay, what's that one thing I'm going to overpay for? What's that one thing I'm going to overpay for? So there's got to be something that I'm willing to overpay for. There's got to be a player that I got to say, I'm willing to overpay for that player. I'm willing to overpay for that player because I know he's going to produce. If that's Jalen Phillips, if that's Devin Lloyd, man, I wish the Cowboys could get Kyle Pitts. Shoot. We need a dynamic tight end. Man, we need a tight end that's get yards after the catch, man. We need a tight end that's borderline wide receiver. Boy, I wish they could get Kyle Pitts. But I digress. The Cowboys have got to figure, they got to get the quality over quantity. They got to do it. They got to do it. If you want depth pieces, save all the depth pieces for the last day of free agency. Save all that for that or past those first 3 days. Save all the depth for that and save that for the undrafted free agents. But on those first 3 days, and Jerry, don't wait until day 2 to see what's left over from day 1. I'm going into free agency if I'm in that war room and I'm telling my whole front office, what's the one guy we're willing to overpay for? Day 1. Day 1 free agency player. Who's the player we're willing to overpay for? You got to be willing to overpay for somebody. The same way you have to be willing to overpay for a quarterback. You have to be willing to overpay for a wide receiver. You have to be willing to overpay for an edge rusher. You do. Bottom line, you have to be willing to overpay for certain positions. I'm overpaying for certain positions. I am. I'm telling you. You got to go to Rodeo Drive every now and then, man. Every now and then, man. You got to stop going to the doggone swap the flea markets trying to get Gucci. I mean, sometimes you got to go to the Gucci store if you want Gucci. It is what it is. Got to do it. Azteca said Jerry has no choice. Dak is here for only 2 more years. Go all in on free agency. Got to do it. I don't care nothing about 2027. If I'm the Cowboys, I don't care nothing about 2027. Because whatever I get in 2026 should be here in 2027. I don't care nothing about 2027. If I'm the Cowboys, this is my attitude. This is about 2026. And especially if we talking about bringing in Jim Leonard. If we want him to hit the ground running, we got to get him them horses. Shoot. Got to get him them horses, man. KH said that means Jughead is going from the $1.25 store to Dollar General. Bet not. Shoot, you want Jim Leonard to be successful? You got to give him them horses, man. Tatiana got to pay the price. Got to pay the price. Richard Baptiste, he said, gee, we better break the bank because if we don't, God have mercy on us because that schedule, oh, man. Richard Baptiste. We thought this year's schedule was crazy. Man, we played. Man, Cowboys schedule next year is brutal, guys. Cowboys schedule next year is brutal. The division they have to go through next year, it's that division where, shoot, look at this mess right here, man. Look at this right here. So we already know we're going to play our own division. Jacksonville Jaguars, playoffs. Tennessee Titans, not worried. Baltimore Ravens, not worried. Arizona Cardinals, not worried. San Francisco 49ers, playoffs. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, playoffs. Away teams, we know our teams. But this is where I'm like, wait a minute. Houston Texans, Indianapolis Colts, Seattle Seahawks, Los Angeles Rams. Good googly muggly. Man, that's a schedule right there. That is a schedule. Because when I'm thinking about Seahawks defense, Rams offense, Colts running game, Texans defense, Green Bay Packers, I don't know what they're going to be. They underachieve. And the Green Bay Packers are about to make the biggest mistake in that franchise. If they extend Matt LaFleur, they deserve everything they get. Ain't no way I'm extending Matt LaFleur. You are coaching that last season. And if you don't get us to the NFC Championship game, see you later. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they're going to be tough. 49ers, they're going to be tough. I mean, Baltimore Ravens, we'll see. Jacksonville Jaguars, they're going to be tough. Man, we got another crazy schedule coming up. Got another crazy schedule coming up. Man, they got to go out and get, man, they got, if Jim Leonard going to hit the ground running, they got to give him the players. Steven, I'm with you. Steven Gibson, man, no more dumpster diving. Shoot, man. Reggie said stop buying that Instagram jewelry. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. G Love, he said, hey, G, remember when Pitts was coming out of college, Jerry wanted him bad. I hope he gets him. Shoot. Trade Ferguson. That wouldn't make me mad. Trade Ferguson. I wouldn't blink. Cowboys trade Ferguson, I wouldn't even blink. Catherine said, I believe Dak will be here more than 2 years. I do too. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to tell you something now. Not only do I think he's going to be here more than 2 years, y'all better book it. Dak Prescott wins this Super Bowl in 2026. Book it. He's retiring a Cowboy. Dak Prescott will be playing quarterback for the Dallas Cowboys with a doggone cane if he wins a Super Bowl in this thing, man. Telling y'all right now. Jerry gonna put it in his will. Dak retires a Cowboy. I'm telling you now. Shoot. Hey, G Love, I'm telling you, if we could get Pitts, man, trade Ferguson, I wouldn't even blink. Chanel, other key names: David Njoku, Nkonkwo, Isaiah Likely with potential for big deals players, breakout years. I'm telling you, man. Cowboys got an opportunity next season. And I want quality over quantity. If you want to get some depth, save that after the third. I don't care what you do. Save that for whatever day you want to. But I want the Cowboys on day one. Go out there and overpay for somebody. Do it. Because you're never going to get those. You're never going to get those players like that unless you do it. Go out there and get them. Chanel, you ain't lying. Hey, Chanel, I'm going to tell you right now. If Buffalo don't get it this year, they ain't never going to get it. Josh Allen, I mean, he has to be arguably the second best quarterback in the playoffs. I'm not saying I wouldn't take him over Matthew Stafford, but man, if he don't win it this year, when will he? Aaron Bodley, yeah, I want that win versus the 49ers. No doubt about it. Big Rumbowski, boy, you ain't lying. He said, what luck? Get the improved NFC West and the AFC South teams in 26 out of rotation. Boy, you ain't lying. Boy, you not lying, boy. Tatiana, you know why I think the Giants are going to be tough? I think these doggone jokers about to get Joe. I think they about to get John Harbaugh. I do. Yeah, hey, G-Love. If Jerry ain't looking at that schedule, shoot, he better be looking at it. That schedule is a juggernaut, man. And again, it might turn out like it did last year. I mean, this past season, we thought that schedule was going to be tough too, and it turned out not to be as tough. Big Rumbowski said, if you go to Seattle, they go early in the season. Yes, sir. Man, we don't want to play in no cold. Get us early, man. Yeah, get us early. All right, Cowboy fans. Great day on Let's Talk Cowboys. Appreciate y'all rocking with me. Best chat on YouTube. Glad to be back talking to Cowboys Nation. 4 hours of Cowboys content today. And guess what? We back. We're going to do it again tomorrow. Until the next time, DC4L, God bless. Let's talk Cowboys and we talk facts. Peace.